And we're going to welcome the session today with Taneshia's welcome introduction.
Gleitin klar, Yukon Duasaug, Tlingit Heinach, Taneshia Jules Gleikach Heinach. Gout nach Hatsati Deslin Kwandach Ayachat. A klar Lor Nolan, you Duasaug Gleikach Heinach. Ach ish Jens Kuasa, you do Sagun, Tlingit Heinach, Duke Jules Gleikach Heinach. Ach Klihuk. Ach Cladu Kla, Peggy Nolan, Yudu Sagun, Gleikachinach. Ach Klihuk, Ach Ish Du Kla, Kashtach Kla, Klinget Hinach, Yudu Sa Klinget Hinach, Mini Jules Gleikachinach. Ach Klihuk, Ach Ish Du Ish, Robert Schumont, Yudu Sagun, Gleikachinach. Ach Shak Jody Jules, Yudu Sa Gleikachinach. Ach shak yeki Liam Kasage Yuduasauk Gleikachinach. Ach Hana Jason Pradalini Yuduasauk Gleikachinach. Ya that way Yukon Native Language Center ye jene Tlingit Yukatangi Hash Auk.
Thank you, Tanesha. Really takes courage for our youth to speak their language, and so I'm glad that they were able to continue on with their learning and also be able to share this with us. On the Yukon Native Language Center, I believe it's their social media or their own, or the youth social media. They're also sharing their recording as they learn their language online.
You can find the recordings on the YNLC Facebook page.
Yes, okay, so you can find their recordings on the YNLC, the Yukon Native Language Center's Facebook page, and follow the youth along as they learn to do recordings, use the modern social media to share their language, and watch their progress as they learn our Yukon Native languages. So very exciting. And there we go. And now we get to the boring part, the housekeeping. I know some of you guys gone through this today or yesterday, so just bear with me as I go through it again. So housekeeping, make sure your Zoom name does show your preferred first name and last name, so that if I do need to call upon you or our speakers would like to speak to you and you're speaking, that they do see the name that you prefer them to see or prefer us to see. Keep your video, got the little picture that shows you how to change your name. If you click on participants and your name, you can have the option to mute and unmute yourself and change your name. Make sure to keep your video off. It's usually at either the bottom toolbar or the top toolbar of your Zoom window. We are recording, so if you keep your video off and your microphone muted, you won't get recorded because the recording will only record those with the videos on. Yeah, and keep your microphone muted. The echo and the speaking over each other with everybody's microphone on can get very confusing. So even though I'd love to hear your voices, we'll have to keep it muted for now until we can do more in-person activities. Next, because I can't see you, I would love it if you use the reactions at the bottom on the toolbar or at the top of your Zoom window in the Zoom toolbars to give us lots of reactions. I can't see your smiling faces and your lovely eyes and face. So if you give me a thumbs up, I'll just assume that you guys are smiling at me or smiling at our speakers, and that sort of gives us confidence to speak on a way to interact with us virtually. And of course, you can always use the chat box to send us messages. We have many people moderating and looking at the chat, so we'll always get to your questions and comments at the end of each session. And then we should always practice respectful behavior and be mindful of our languages and work together to keep this a safe space. If you do want to speak to individuals, make sure you're speaking to the right person in the chat. It is embarrassing if you end up saying like, wow, what a boring meeting to everyone when you just want to say it's John Doe. It has happened many times and I have also done it before. So it's okay if it does happen, but it does, if you do keep track of who you're speaking to, it does erase some of the embarrassments that might happen. All right. And please, the summit is recorded. You off when you're asked to speak, and just open your mic if you have any questions. If you don't wish to speak or raise your hand for the questions, of course, use the chat box and send us your questions in text. And you can leave the meeting at any time, no questions asked. We won't judge you if you don't wish to be recorded. And just to note that in the top right corner, you will see a little grid with a view, and you can click on that button to select different viewing options that's most comfortable for you. Yeah, so you can see our faces. There are different viewing options. The speaker option does allow you, every time the person speaks, shows you a bigger screen, and then the gallery option shows sort of everybody in a grid format. You can also click on our video, right click, and then you can pin our videos. That way you can always see our faces or the speaker's faces directly without us moving around, because I do notice that the video boxes like to move around and sometimes get lost. So you can pin us. That's the, I believe it's just called pin video. And then you can do that. All right. About our summit, for the people who haven't heard about it from yesterday. So our summit, this is our third summit. We held one in 2018 and 2019. And at first we wanted to do a hybrid one, but because of COVID, we can only do virtual. So this is actually our first virtual conference for the Yukon Council of Archives. I hope we're doing well. We did a partner conference with the Archives Association of British Columbia. And it was a very interesting experience, and I did learn a lot from that particular conference. Lisa Glant, the advisor there, does this virtual conferences and workshops a lot, and she has gone through many, many problems prior to it. So I've learned from her mistakes, and she's always said that whatever could go wrong will go wrong. As we can see yesterday, we had a fire alarm, and I'm hoping today will be a lot smoother. But if it does go wrong again, I ask that you be patient with us. Hopefully we'll be smooth sailing with all our lovely speakers. And so the Yukon Council of Archives started in October 1986, if I remember correctly. And there has been many projects and advisory roles and advisors in the position before me. I am the current Yukon Council of Archives Community Archivist in this position since 2017, and has had the lovely experience of holding all three summits. And it's always been exciting to be able to see and meet and network people at the conference in different ways. And share stories. So that's sort of our goal for the summit every year, is to be able to network, share stories, see where people are at. And I know that it can be a very lonely role to be the only archivist in your community or your institution. So a chance to get together and know that you're not alone in your troubles and your obstacles, and learn new things and get inspired about what you can do in archives, and you're not limited to your resources, not limited to the fundings, and your imagination can take you places. We just have to be flexible in how we think about it. Yesterday we had a lovely speaker, Jessica Bushy, and she showed us all the different other skills that we needed to learn in order to do outreach work in archives, and things like Adobe Premiere and Photoshop and designing and knowing what colors fit together are all things that you don't learn in a master's degree for archivists. But there are things that become useful and sort of enhance our work in the archives field. So those are just some of the things we hope we can talk about. And I'm just taking a look if our next speaker is here with us.
Actually, I'm gonna go call them.
Yeah, I'm just
We can
gonna
talk about
check.
our after summit. Yeah, there's
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna double check if our next speaker is
I
in.
haven't seen her.
She did say she's, here we go. And then after Leslie introduces you, you can carry it away.
Great, merci.
Joe.
Hey, hi everyone. My name is Leslie Buchan. I work at the Yukon Archives. I've been was a founding member along with Linda beside me and others of the Yukon Council of Archives. And we're just thrilled to be at the third summit. And I'd like to extend my appreciation to all the hard work that the board and in particular Jenny Liu has done for this. There's just a Herculean effort that has gone into something like this. So as moderator, it is my real pleasure to introduce our two speakers. They hail from Dawson City. For those people who don't live in the Yukon, Dawson City was the former capital of the Yukon up until 1953. And the speakers work at the Ta'an Kwäch'än First Nation in the language area. So their names are Georgette McLeod and Allison Anderson. And I invite Georgette and Allison to introduce themselves and go on into their presentation. Thank you very much.
Mahozo, Shojre Georgette McLeod, Shojre Denaju Legit, Dawson City Hooch-in, Ta'an Kwäch'än Council Hok-ai, Nihènjik Hok-ai, Bertha McLeod wètäde DJ, John Burlmeyer with they DJ, Mason McLeod with Thut DJ, Martha McLeod, wètäde DJ. I just did a short introduction in my language, and I'll let Allison take over to introduce herself.
Mahozo, Shojre Allison, Shojre Denaju Hotruno Tan Try, Dolores Sheffin, wètäde DJ, Jimmy Anderson with they DJ, Joe Henry with Thut DJ, and Annie Henry with Chad DJ, Dawson Hooch-in, Ta'an Kwäch'än DJ, Trent DJ, Ta'an Kwäch'än Council Hok-ai, Nihènjik Council Hok-ai. Merci.
So, merci for inviting us to this conference and visioning our archival future. And I think that's also very much a part of our future as well, as we continue to document and grow with the language as we are learning and teaching it. So we have a presentation to share with you, but before we get started, we don't know if the people who are attending this conference have had a chance to watch our introductory Han video. It's about 9 minutes long, and we'd like to play it for you, if that's okay. Okay. I just have to share screen here, and then I will bring it up.
Share the sound.
Yep. Optimize for video clip. Okay.
The Han language is spoken in two communities, Dawson City, Yukon, and 160 kilometers downriver at Eagle Village in Alaska. It is the traditional language of the Tlingit Kwäch'än.
Shonjri, Angie, Joseph Rear, Musite, Dawson, Huchin. Right now we have 2 fluent speakers in the community, so we are very much in danger. Today we work closely with Percy Henry. Percy offers his expertise and we are working with him.
Shojri Erikashefin, Shojri Denaju Trinin Suol, Dawson City Huchin. With our small, strong team of Han language learners and teachers, I feel that there is hope for our language. We're working really hard. We have a database. We teach in the school at Aboriginal Head Start, Tlingit Kwäch'än employees.
For many Canadian First Nations, languages declined because of residential schools. But for the Tlingit Kwäch'än, it happened even earlier, in the late 1800s.
For us, it's the gold rush that came into our country. It was the missionaries that came into our country, and they're going to teach us how to become good Canadian citizens.
Chief Isaac, leader of the Han people, realized he had to adjust quickly. His people were in competition for their food and resources. He found a solution by moving the Tlingit Kwäch'än to Mooside Village, a few miles downriver from Dawson City. Chief Isaac understood the Han language and the culture were under threat, so he entrusted relatives in Alaska with the Han songs. At Mooside Village, a school was set up and the Canadian government provided teaching staff, but there were conditions.
Our parents are encouraged to not speak their language to their children. We are to speak English to them only.
Mooside Village was a thriving community until the closure of the school in 1957. Eventually, families moved away and it was largely abandoned. It wasn't until the 1990s that Mooside became a vibrant community again.
We had a conference in Whitehorse on native language. It was a big conference in 1990. We took some of the elders with us, like Archie Roberts and Clara Van Bibber, Percy Henry. It was an exciting time. As soon as we came back from Whitehorse, come May, we all went to Mooside. We weren't going to push the language at that time, but just to bring people together. And while we were there, Archie Roberts would include a little language here and there and really had fun with it. That was the beginning of our journey.
As a result of that initial trip to Mooside, there is a gathering every second year. With encouragement from elders like Laura Sanford in Alaska, a plan was made to bring back the songs and dances and revive the language of the Tlingit Kwäch'än. Tlingit Kwäch'än initiated the first adult language program for 6 students interested in learning the language and their own history. At the same time, a close relationship with the Yukon Native Language Center in Whitehorse was established. At one of the early Mooside gatherings, the Tanacross people from Alaska came to sing with the Han singers and help them learn their songs. The songs they learned became part of the production Beat of the Drum. It was shared at the 1996 Mooside gathering.
I never expect that I'm going to see them dancing like this. I'm really proud. Keep up the good works. I'm so proud of you people.
Now, numerous programs are in place to revitalize the Han language.
And we're live. Here we go.
This is Radio Joe on CFYT 106.9 FM, The Spirit of Dawson. Najit Dahonche, Rachel. Hozo Nanyu. Hozo Masicho.
As early as 1985, Han was taught at the Robert Service School in Dawson, but it didn't continue. In 1991, it was successfully reintroduced.
Oh, Dano Joe! Etchin Shilkak Danavit! Anna G. Diner.
Now Han is taught from kindergarten to grade 8.
Emily G. and Dine.
Plans are in place to expand the program to grade 12. At the Trinquet-Jo daycare,
Vinja. Aunt Denny Hill.
the Head Start program integrates Han speakers with programs for preschoolers.
Ho Inje. Ooh, not on yet. TPR is total physical response. So it's just action and speech.
Welcome song, Edida,
Today, the Han language is evident at every turn in Dawson City.
But right now our young people are so interested in our way, our cultural way, our tradition, our identity is seeping into their lives now. And the proudness you see in them, it's amazing. It's amazing.
I spend some time with fluent speakers, and I get really happy when I can understand them when they're speaking to me, when I can pick up things. So that makes me really happy because I'm going somewhere.
20 years ago, I said it can't be done. But today, I'm so proud to be in front of you, to thank you. Each year we're getting stronger by helping one another.
As the Han language becomes more and more part of the lives of the young and old in Dawson City and the Yukon, we develop a deeper understanding of the living culture of the Ta'an Kwäch'än.
It's who I am as a First Nation. It's who I am as a Ta'an Kwäch'än citizen. Language is the heart of our culture and our traditions.
This is Radio Show on Srätthégän, Chaknankai, Pointanankai, Islik FM. That is 106.9 FM in the spirit of Dawson, and we are coming to you live from the Robert Service School. And we have a special welcoming from the kindergarten class. We will be singing the welcome song.
Société Jeremy, Société Kaden, Société Sadie, Société Nicholas, Société Devine. Société Pharaoh.
Société Ali Tzul. Welcome song. Edida.
So that is our welcome song, welcome video on the Han language, and just to give you a large overview of the activities that we have in our community. Sorry. So we'll continue on with our presentation, and I'm just going to pull up our PowerPoint. All right. I have so many things in the way here. Sorry. On the screen. Okay, here we go. All right. So we say Nihènjik, wètäde, hänjit. And we say these words because it reminds us that our language will live on. And we want it to continue to live on in our hearts and in our minds as we continue the work to do all we can to help revitalize our language. And so we're going to talk an overview of some of the things that we do to work on revitalizing the Han language in our community, and in hopes that we can continue to have many variety of people in Dawson and around the Yukon that will continue to use the language in some form, because there's many ways to work on helping to revitalize the language. We'll be touching on a few today. So I'm just going to move it to the next slide, and we'll move and talk specifically about our overview, some of our guiding principles that we cover when we're looking at revitalizing our language.
So these are some of the guidelines and the guiding principles that we follow in our work that we do for our language revitalization. We take these principles into consideration that when we are doing our language revitalization projects, we use them for teaching, learning, and sharing our language. So some of these guidelines is da'ole. Our values and beliefs contribute to follow our da'ole, being resourceful, being respectful in the classroom while using the language, communication, thinking personal and social awareness and responsibility. Hozon da tretat chin, all of us do our best. So just reminding students that mistakes are okay and we correct them in a positive way. We also spend lots of time having conversations in language, and then kana cha, which means to take care. So we encourage them to do self-care. We encourage enthusiasm for learning our language. We are role models when it comes to advocating for our language. Being happy teachers, you have happy students. We all come together. So it's very engaging for our students, learning together, actively learning. And then playing outside and exploring on their own and the world around them. It creates times for natural teaching moments out on the land when we see new things, and it's good for our physical well-being to be out there. We are happy to see you. And so that's being very welcoming, opening, and having a relaxing environment, making them feel comfortable while learning. And honzon hatruda is to be aware. So not everyone learns at the same pace, and that's something we need to be aware of. So also reminding them of self-awareness and self-regulation. So those are just some of the guiding principles that we follow to help revitalize our language.
We're specifically talking to relating it to teaching, but all of these principles apply in all aspects of our work that we do when we are working to revitalize the language. And it's a good reminder for us as we work in this, because sometimes you can get bogged down by the grind of daily work, and especially challenging moments when we're struggling to translate and use the language in new and different ways. It always challenges us, but we have these reminders and these guiding principles to help us move forward. So Allison's going to specifically talk about one of the teaching methods that we use for teaching the Han language, and it was mentioned briefly in the video, which we call total physical response. And she's going to talk about how we apply that and learn from it and help students learn the language.
So teaching Han language and learning from total physical response, we build comprehension skills. So building comprehension skills then builds into their long-term memory, which is kind of one of the goals for teaching Han language, is to build into their memory. It's also a fun and active way for learning. It's very interactive. You have fun with the language and you spend more time being engaged with the language as well. Building confidence as a learner. through constant and consistent language, we start confidence while we learn, and we also feel confidence when we do it right. So total physical response kind of takes away from that that pressure of being on one student. You learn as a class and you learn all together. Learning in a new way to use the method as well. So the method has changed over time, making adjustments and learning the method in a new way. For example, when we would usually start with plural, and then we would go to singular. So using plural form takes away, just like I mentioned, that pressure from a singular learner. And then we learn together as a class. Adding songs brings enjoyment to learning and new words, and it builds a person's ability to understand and process sounds with language. And that's something that we've been working on that's a little bit new, is adding songs with TPR and storytelling. And we do have some cute examples from some previous students down below. And that's what you see down there.
Mm-hmm. Because we teach these guiding principles, as we had mentioned, in the classroom. So they learn about those principles themselves so that they can apply it in their daily lives. We also want to be able to utilize TPR in various ways, not just with young learners, but we also want to apply them and share them with different age groups. But before we go there, we wanted to show you an example of a TPR method being used in the classroom, which is with the grade 7 class that we have done recently. And we're teaching them actions in the plural form in this case. Younger age groups, sometimes we teach in the singular form because we're focusing on the individual student, but as they get older, we start to blend singular and plural, so that way they hear it both ways. And because the language is so, because there's so many varieties of verbs, with one verb you could say it so many ways. So we're trying to apply this teaching method with the students with the older age group. So here we go. Hopefully, oops, sorry, didn't quite work.
Where'd it go?
It's there. Just give me a moment. I might have to share it again.
Okay.
Can you see? Might not work in this. Hopefully you have sound.
Dal.
Na say.
Dal.
Na l.
Dinya. Ka-otter.
Nachtlu.
Dal. Na ai. Ka na ai. Nadre. Nadre. Dal.
So we just wanted to give you a chance to see a snippet of our of some of the things that we do in the classroom with the students at the school. And we also use these methods with older age groups like adults, because Allison and I both teach adult classes. Presently, Allison is teaching an adult level 2 class in partnership with YNLC. and SFU. So sorry, my screen froze. Let's see here. Let's see if I can get it going. Resume. I'm just going to stop, share, and start again. Okay, sorry about that. It's stuck.
Yeah, for some reason it's just not getting bigger.
Yeah, I'll just continue in the presentation. I hope you can see it. It's so quiet. Different type of audience space on here. Yeah. Anyways, we wanted to state that we want to be able to have, oh, sorry, I skipped a. So we want to be able to adapt for different age groups when we're using a method like TPR. We do use a mixture of different types of teaching methods to be able to teach the language. But TPR really starts that foundational base of learning some new verbs and a variety of verbs. And also more recently, of course, we started adding more songs. So we had to start to be creative when using when making songs, because we're trying to use songs that relates to the activities that they're learning or the topics that they're learning. But it does allow us a lot of flexibility to be able to teach with different age groups. So we teach everything from like the little ones, grade ages 3 and up. And then we use this method, we carry this method over into the school from kindergarten to grade 3 about. And then we start to move into more a different type of method, and we mix it with TPR. And you can see with the grade 7s, we can start building more. We can build a larger base of students learning different types of verbs, so that way they can start to create a variety of communication methods. So it's good for us to always start from the plural form. With those older age groups, we do try to use more of the singular forms with younger age groups, but when it comes to teaching intermediate students and adults, we start to get into expanding their vocabulary. And this method really seems to work better teaching with singular form to the younger age group because they tend to learn language more naturally. And it's like we're speaking to them directly when we're asking them to, walk or sit or run or even point to something. So we try to do that. And we've also started adding in stories and then build on those stories to add more details from the language that they are learning in the classroom. And really emphasizing gestures when we're telling these stories, when we're sharing stories through language teaching. So we're relating a lot of the current, we're trying to relate to a lot of the current Indigenous language teaching best practices. And so we're trying to lay this foundation of building comprehension. We want the students to start to learn the language through these actions and conversations, but we also want them to start to develop speech over a period of time as their comprehension starts to develop. We also want to work on them listening to the language a lot. So eventually we want to build more audio files that we can add in. And also connecting the language that they're learning to movement memory. So, like when we teach the little ones, they know that when we're making a symbol like this, they know that we're saying you walk. Mm-hmm. Or when we're doing this, they're saying you jump. So they can connect that language right away when we're doing a lot of these actions, because we do it with full body, but we also reinforce that language learning with hand gestures that we do. And we also really work hard at trying to make all of the teaching that we do in the community culturally relevant, taking them out on the land, doing land-based activities, just like how we said, we go and play outside. So we go and do activities related to hunting and fishing and gathering. And so then the language that they're learning in the classroom through those methods is reinforced when we take them out on the land. But that's not all we do. We don't just teach language. We do a lot of like language promotion and outreach. So Allison, do you want to tell us about the language, the Han language walking tour that we created a couple of years ago?
Yeah, so with the Dano Jatjo Cultural Center, we provided a out on the land walking tour that included traditional stories. We talked a lot about our culture and our history, but our main focus for this story map tour was bringing Han language into the communities and to our visitors that were in Dawson City. And we incorporated so much language into this walking tour that I didn't realize that many of our visitors were getting the impression that Han language was alive and well language. It was living in the community. And I said, well, that's because we do so much work to bring it out. I said, but we do have a small like handful of dedicated workers in language. And so this was just one of the ways that we brought language to visitors. So not only bringing language to our community, but to our visitors that come to Dawson City as well, letting them know that we speak Han language here, that it is our home.
Yes. So other ways that we promote the language and outreach is we do a lot of translation requests within the community and outside of the community, but more recently, and we reach out to all variety of organizations and groups and different government departments. But we get to do fun things like this once in a while, where we can, this was specifically created for the Art and Margie Fry recreational center here in Dawson. And it's a banner that was placed in the arena because we wanted to spread a positive message about getting healthy, playing hockey. And so we worked on getting this translation and hung into the local arena. And it says, Flut kak tredo hor ni dre shon otse, which means we play on the ice. It makes our hearts happy. And so we want to be able to make the language visible in the community, in and around the community. And we want to continue to do projects like that because that way more and more people start to ask questions about it. They want to hear it. They want to learn it. They want to speak it. Mm-hmm. And we do a lot of language resource development. Did you want to tell us about these images that we have here?
Yeah, so on the left side, I believe, of your screen is our Han at Home booklet. So Georgette has spent many years working with the Head Start program at our Tlingit. I've recently expanded our program to other daycares, but this Han at Home booklet is a great resource that we have for learning and for teaching young learners. It does come with audio sounds as well too, so anybody can purchase this at home if we have extra copies on hand.
We always run out.
Yeah, so not right now, but later on. We also have some lovely posters that Georgette was working on as well too. These were partnerships with other organizations and some with our own First Nation, like the Noon poster. The animals poster is a yoga poster that was done in partnership with our wellness center, I believe. And then we also have some feelings posters as well too. So when we share these posters with the community, we definitely, it's just more ways that people can see our language and see it out there as well too.
Mm-hmm. And we've also developed, we've also written storybooks and Han language storybooks. And this is our latest one, SHFY, and it was recently submitted to the Yukon Imagination Library. And then it was mailed out to all of the young children across the Yukon. And so this was a book based particularly on our elder Percy Henry, who is also our remaining fluent speaker in the community. And so we wanted to do a book in honor of him. And he worked on translating that with us. And then I worked with a variety of people to create the book, but also create an audio version of it. So when you go to our Ta'an Kwäch'än government site, you can find the link to our children's audio book, and some of these projects don't happen without multiple people involved. And we try to create materials that really connects with people, digitally, while we're trying to connect with people with the book as well. And so we have this book, and then we have Jijik Cho Gina I. And we're just in the works of starting another one. One will be based on Shar Cho, which is the grizzly bear. And that's going to be in partnership with our Fish and Wildlife Department. And so we're in the works presently doing that right now, and we're very excited. And we're actually adding an additional component to that, which is an activity book. But we continue to also honor our names and place names in our community. We have a variety of places where that are starting to show up in our community. So this was the most recent naming of one of our buildings, Georgette in Jo, which is Young People's House, which is our brand new youth center that opened up this fall. And we want to continue to honor our language and honor names in our language around the community. You may also have heard of Denakar Jo, which has a formal name. That's the Klondike Institute of Art and Culture. We have UK Jo, which is the School of Visual Arts, which means Northern Lights House. And I forgot to mention Denakar Jo is Many Colors House. So we also work with our own government to help name a lot of our buildings. So just to wrap up, so what's next in our future? Well, we're continuing on in the work that we are doing. We are continuing to build our locally developed curriculum for all ages. We also need to do further work on our language structure in areas of our verbs and grammar and so on. We do want to have more community signs. We want to build on more immersion activities within our community and also out on the land. We are continuing to do resource development, creating more books and learning materials for our learners. Some of the specific things that we talked about doing was having language video challenges. We know that other languages are doing that across the Yukon. We have not yet developed a social media group, like our designated Han language Facebook page or anything like that, but we hope to get a chance to do that. We're just so busy in our own community. Sometimes it takes a lot of work to create things digitally. We want to continue to do radio show, as you have seen in the video, where we can share more language and stories. And we presently are doing a Han language club where we get together every couple of weeks to immerse ourselves in the language and work on language conversation and stay in the language. So we designate an hour long during lunch hour every 2 weeks for people who have learned the language to continue to help them use the language. And then we are always working on compiling archival material that of the Han language that has been created from other institutions around the world, particularly in Alaska and in the lower 48 of the United States. We tend to find materials spread out, and we hope to be able to compile all that and bring it together. Of course, and you can see from the images that we have a strategic plan that we need to continue to build on and update. But with the archival material that we're bringing in, we're adding more resources so that way we can pull from that and create these wonderful learning materials and books and be able to have more things to teach to people, to our community, to our young learners, and to our Ta'an Kwäch'än citizens. And you can see that we are also at Ta'an Kwäch'än compiling so much digital language files since the early 2010. And since then, we have thousands of hours of documented time working with our speaker. So we still have a lot of work to do, but we're continuing to forge on. And we have, as we said in the video, a small, strong team of language learners and people dedicated to language. And now we have a Han language trainee that is also working in the area to hopefully will learn language at a much faster pace than we have. And hopefully that next generation that we're bringing up will build a strong appreciation for the language. So that way they will pick it up and carry it. Masicho.
Masicho. Drene who's do.
For about 2 minutes. So hopefully, if we ask any questions that you've already said something about, I apologize, but I think we dropped out for about 2 minutes where you were frozen on our screen. Thank you for such an interesting presentation. I found that opening video really amazing and heartwarming, and just really enjoyed learning about all the things you're doing with language in Dawson City and the area around it. I don't see any questions yet, so I wonder if I could ask the first question to you, Georgette. What is the relationship between the Ta'an Kwäch'än language program and the Department of Education, the Yukon Government Department of Education?
It's mostly the relationship comes through the Han language program at the school, at Robert Service School. And we have teachers that were hired to work at Robert Service School. And so they're Yukon government employees. And so the relationship between our government and the Yukon government comes through the Department of Education. So we work, we are in contact with people from the department, but at a local level, I tend to work more closely with Ta'an Kwäch'än and the teachers who directly teach the language. When we come together, we come together, in the last few years where we try to provide training time for ourselves, so that and collaboration time between the school and the work that we do through Ta'an Kwäch'än. And so the relationship at a working level is close. But between the departments and Ta'an Kwäch'än, between the Department of Education and Ta'an Kwäch'än, there is not a very close relationship, only because there is not enough, there's just not a working relationship there, so.
For our visitors outside the Yukon, Ta'an Kwäch'än is a self-governing First Nation. So I was just trying to get at perhaps the nuance of how one government is responding and working with another. And then in the local area, and then you're also doing adult language training, and you all know each other. So it's a dance, I'm sure, but seems to be working really well.
Yeah, Ta'an Kwäch'än is a self-governing nation, and we have our our transfer dollars from the federal government that comes through Ta'an Kwäch'än to be able to support the language program and to support the employees that are working in Ta'an Kwäch'än in the language area. And so presently right now it's myself, the Han language administrator, and we have Allison who works as the Han language teacher. We do have another on-call Han language teacher that we bring in to help with the teaching across the community, both within the daycares and for the adult classes. And then we have Allison also is presently working with me, but she also works at the school or has for the last how many years? Six years.
Surprisingly.
Yeah. We also can't forget our speaker, Percy Henry, who we also we consider part of our department. He is like the core of our department. Everything is basically wrapped around the work that he does for us, and what we learn from him. And then we have this slew of growing learners in the community that is kind of like our developing language warriors. So we hope that they will continue to carry the language and use the language within the community.
That's super. One other question, as the archives, we of course collect and acquire all language material and are published in the archives library. And there's a lot of new titles I haven't seen, so I think we need to get to work making sure we get copies of all those for our preservation library. So
yes, yeah. We and we're continuing to make more and more materials. I'm really pleased that we're trying to keep on a regular course of creating more and more materials. We want to get to a point where we can start creating for older age groups. Right now, a lot of the materials are created for primary learners or new learners at young age. And so we hope to be able to utilize, and as we get stronger in the language, that we can start to create more resource and learning materials for older ages.
Well, thank you very much. I don't see any questions other than people really appreciating the presentation. So without further ado, I want to thank you, and we will be going to coffee break. I'll turn it over to Jenny Lou.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you remember, Georgette, but it will always be in my mind. The first year I went to Dawson, and you taught me how to jig. I didn't know how to jig, and you guys had a jigging session, I think. And then on the spot, you taught me how to jig, and I can't remember right now because I have a poor retention for language, but I think you taught me how to say delicious. And I thought maybe we can increase our language learners with our participants if you could teach us how to say the word delicious and thank you, and maybe see you again.
All right, so to say delicious, like we would say, or it's like tastes good, lekai. Lekai, which is you're going to have a coffee break here soon, so you could say like hletochu lekai, the coffee tastes good. And we usually say nantanain for see you again, or see you. We would say anjit nantanain for see you later. But just to say see you or see you sometime again, you would say nantanain. Yeah, nantanain. And then we just say musi or musi cho for thank you very much. But I really appreciate taking part in this. It's not too often we have time to share what we do because we're so busy in our community working on trying to revitalize the language, and it's great to be able to share and let people know things that we have happening here, really good things that we have happening, and the people that are really trying to work hard at keeping this language going. So masi cho.
Masi.
Yeah, masi cho to you. It's perfect. And now you've started, let's see, we have 27 new beginner speakers in Han language.
We'll add you all to our tally.
Well, Masi Cho for joining us, and really great work. We have to always get together again to showcase all the wonderful works that you've done, because you've done so much, and we got to like take a break to congratulate ourselves and congratulate you and all the hard work that you guys are doing up there. And now that we can't get together as much as often, I think these opportunities to share are very precious. So thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hope to see some of you at the Moose Eye Gathering this year. It's still in the works, so.
Yay.
Yeah. All right. Nantanayan.
Merci.
Great. We are at 10:15. Wonderful. Let's go on break. Share my screen again. Coffee break. Time to relax and enjoy a cup of coffee.
Yeah, firstly, I'd like to thank, can everybody hear me first and foremost? Cool, okay. Well, yeah, okay, first and foremost, I'd like to thank the YCA team and specifically Jenny Lou and Carly for inviting me to speak at this. So that's exciting, yet nerve-wracking, but exciting. But all right, I'm gonna get right into it. Okay, so kame sotan tlechido, danki Srätthégän uji, guchanki Myles Blattmann uji, tange juniji hanjet ichi, ine Bernice Blattmann uji, ite Andy Blattmann uji, itsuwa Bessie Blackjack uji, itsia Roddy Blackjack uji, itsuwa Anna Blattmann uji, itsia Fitz Blattmann uji. So, in my introduction, I just kind of introduced my First Nations name is, my Northern Shoshone name is Srätthégän. I hope someone here in the audience speaks Northern Shoshone because I kind of added in Tange Juniji, which I think means, this is just based on learning and reading with the materials I've worked with. Tange is supposed to mean road because currently I live on the road, I'm traveling. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully, if it doesn't, please somebody correct me if they can speak Northern Shoshone. My mother is Bernice Blattmann, Blackjack. My father is Andy Blattmann. On my mother's side, my grandmother was Bessie Blackjack. My grandfather was Roddy Blackjack. On my father's side, my grandmother is Anna Blattmann, and my grandfather was Fritz Blattmann. Alrighty. So a bit more about me, because I imagine nobody really knows who I am. So I am a citizen of the Little Simon Carmacks First Nations, which is located in central Yukon. But I grew up in Faro, which is 2 hours away from Carmacks. And I studied anthropology at the University of Victoria for 5 years. I'm not gonna lie, it took me 5 years. But yeah, so I'm gonna share my screen here with a little bit of a PowerPoint I made. It's not much, so please, in comparison to the last presentation, it's not nearly as stimulating. So hopefully this works. Second. Okay. Oops. So I kind of introduced myself already, but here is a slide that I wanted to just throw on for the introduction. So in the background is pictures of me and my family, my cousins, along with my grandpa on the left. And then on the other side, it's again, my cousin, myself, and my grandmother. Well, we were all out at fish camp. So, okay. So I guess I'll start off with, firstly and foremost, can everyone still see the presentation, or do you see my speaking notes right now? If anyone can give me a, okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I'll just start off with my journey in getting into the archival world, I suppose. So in the fall of 2020, I was hired at the YNLC as an assistant archivist for the project that was happening at the time and still is happening, which is the Libraries and Archives Canada Listen, Hear Our Voices project. And so the project generally revolved around these tapes that we have at the YNLC that are just a mass collection of audio of stories from around the Yukon, Indigenous stories, a lot of language, like all the languages are in there since it's the Yukon Native Language Center. It's all like it deals with all the languages. So that's kind of the project I was working with. And as an assistant archivist and an entry-level job, what I did when I got there, first and foremost, was a whole lot of inventorying. And I guess a bit of a funny story is when I got there, I had no idea what I was getting into, to be honest. And Carly at the time was my supervisor. And so I asked, where are we going to go? What are we going to do? Or what am I going to do? And so she brought me into this back room, which is a room with many names. It's the classroom, the meeting room. I once laid on the floor in the middle of a meeting room. It's also a library. But so along the back side of this room, there's like this huge wall, like full wall length cabinet. And inside the cabinet was just tons of documents, just whatever, really. I came to realize there was documents because I remember asking Carly at the beginning, like what was in there. And she just kind of mentioned to me, well, we don't know, because like no one really explored the cabinet there because it was just from the previous organization that ran the YNLC, like it was just full of stuff. So that was my first job, was to go through this wall length cabinet and kind of inventory what was all in there. And so everything that was in there, oh man, it was amazing because it all had to do with the tapes that the digitization tech that was a part of the archives team was digitizing. So I quickly realized like it was going to be a good time. Aside from like just writing in the Excel sheets, that's fun too. But so inside these cabinets, there was transcripts of the stories that were being told on the tapes. Handwritten, typewritten. There were from all languages, all the First Nations. So I read stories from the Han community, the Trondeck community, the Northern Shoshone communities, so like Little Salmon Carmacks First Nations, Selkirk First Nations, Nihènjik Dun, and the Casca communities, Ross River Dene, Liard First Nation. Yeah, just all of them. And it was so amazing to be able to engage in my own way with these stories and these traditional knowledges, and seeing names of elders that I used to know or I've never heard of, or the ones that I grew up with almost. It was super exciting. And then my own family, like I mentioned, my grandfather is Roddy Blackjack, and he was quite a renowned storyteller when he was alive. And so it was just really like heartwarming. But so that took me a while. That took me probably like 2 or 3 months to go through this cabinet. And but the stories and the transcripts weren't the only thing I ran into, because I actually, while I was going through, I found genealogical charts, which are exciting because one of the charts I found was a huge, and I think it is out there, but I've never seen it before. And when I showed it to the people at the center, and they're like, wow, cool, this is really amazing, never seen it. It was a huge chart for the Tlingit Haida First Nations. So Tlingit First Nations in the Yukon, but the relations to the Haida people. And it was a genealogy chart that just like spread the whole. I had to put 6 or 7 tables in line with each other to spread out this chart just to see. It was so complex and massive. And I wish I had an image of it to show you, but it was so detailed, and it was amazing because what caught my attention to it is it came from a couple of elders. There was researchers that created the chart, but the names and the relationships were derived from the memories of a few elders, which just blows my mind. And because it is like, when people think of archives, at least I did coming into this, and I had a little bit of schooling with archives, but people generally think of like the old back dusty rooms with books, tapes, something that's just there sitting. But then when I saw this genealogical chart, and I just kind of thought to myself, like, wow, like these few elders were able to contain all this knowledge for years and years. And when like the time came to share, they were able to like get it all out on this chart. And it just made me think about like just different types of archives there are. And like the more and more I engage with archives, the more and more I realize, like, I don't even know what an archive is, to be honest, at this point. Like, it could be anything. And yeah, so then, but another neat thing is, while I was also working through this cabinet, I found a genealogical chart that I could trace my own family lineage through, which I guess, okay, like, I'll get a little personal here, I guess, why not? But so it's one thing to work with material, like as me being a Yukon First Nations individual, to be able to connect with the material on a bit more of a personal level, knowing that the people and the stories that these came from, these documents, transcripts, stories derived from, come from people in the area that I'm from, I grew up. But then it's another thing to see things that are related to where the family and my own heritage, where I specifically come from. So I was able to trace the lineage of my grandmother through this chart back to the Big Salmon area on the Big Salmon River. And I knew this because it was just names. It was literally just a chart with names. And the reason I knew I was related to some of these folks was because my mother, when growing up, and again, this leads back to the elders and the Tlingit, being able to recall all the names. My mother used to do this with me too, and she still does whenever I talk with her. She has this amazing ability to recollect people that have passed on, people, her cousins, her relatives, her great-grandparents. So based on the years of conversations and my mom just kind of doing the same with me, just telling me over and over again, I was able to see this genealogical chart that had my grandma Julie on it, and then trace it back to like where who she was related to and where they came from, because not everyone was from the Big Salmon area. Some people came from the Little Salmon area. Some people came from further up the Big Salmon River, down the Yukon River. And it was just, yeah, it was something. It's gonna sound cheesy, but it had a lot to do with identity. And I found working, and that's something I'm going to touch on more throughout, like as I speak, is when I started working with the Language Center and the archives, I had no idea what I was getting into. But as I got further and further into it, I kind of got closer to myself in a way, in a weird way, because I was able to like engage with these stories and the people I knew and where they came from. But I'll continue on. So another part of what I did at the YNLC, while I was at the YNLC, was I worked with these maps that we have in another room. And these were amazing maps as well. Most of them. Some of them were just like maps, to be honest. That's like, here's the Alaska Highway. But some of them were part of projects that had place names on them. And it was amazing because I found maps that had Han place names. I found, again, this is more near and dear to me, but so my mom's family is from like the Big Salmon, like Carmacks area. And when I was able to, I remember it specifically, I pulled up this map, and it was quite a large map. And it covered from Mayo, more or less, maybe just above Pelly actually, to about the Lake LaBarge area, just above Whitehorse, or north of Whitehorse. And there are all these place names in northern Shoshone or Dunkey. And they were names that I had been just learning at the time through a YNLC language class. with an elder, Lizzie Hall, as well as names that I knew of and I've heard of before, but also being able to see these names that I didn't know the Northern Shoshone name, but I knew of these places in English, and then seeing the names in Northern Shoshone, it was very, yeah, no, it was super personal for me because it was a connection thing, because there was, for a long part of my life, I was rather disconnected from that side of my family. And it was a cool way to engage and reconnect things for me personally, and seeing, because language is a great way to carry forward culture and voices. And yeah. So another thing I did while I was at the YNLC was just a little bit. So I'm not going to speak on it too much, but digitization, because as I mentioned, a large part of this project was revolved around the digitization of cassette tapes. So there was the odd time where I got to go into the room and listen to tapes the odd time and digitize, but that wasn't my job. So it's not really too much. All right, where is he? I guess, so like going back to the idea of identity while working with these things, so when I was at the YNLC, and to clarify, I keep saying when I was at the YNLC, I have 2 winters at the Language Center. The first winter of the 2020, I worked physically at the Language Center, and this winter, I am not physically at the Language Center. I have a cool opportunity that I'll touch on in a second here. But the most interesting, and the thing I will probably carry with me for the rest of my life, because it kind of started a personal journey for me, was when being able to engage with these materials and getting closer to my own identity as a person, knowing that these stories come from people these stories were full of lessons for the people who lived in the area, my family, my ancestors, that brought them to today, I guess, and I'm here because of it. Because prior to working at the Language Center, I wasn't super close to my Indigenous culture. So starting to read these stories, it allowed me to reconnect or connect a bit more, in a way, to myself, because I was sitting there at this desk reading all these stories and learning traditional knowledges. So it's sorry, I just kind of blanked. There's yeah. But I guess another opportunity I had while at the YNLC as part of this project was I got to speak at another conference, a Yukon First Nations Educational Directorate Conference, which was exciting and another opportunity of learning. So now I want to kind of touch on the second part for this winter of the project. So I'm currently not in the Yukon. I am, if anyone knows, I'm on where Gabriola Island is. I'm currently on Gabriola Island in the Gulf Coast, because working with archives has opened a new opportunity for me, where I can, as the archival world continuously engages with the digital world, I've been able to continue my work online. So thank you, Carly, for that. So yeah, it's exciting. So what I do now, and this is kind of a funny thing, because every time this is brought up with my supervisors, are like, what is your title? So I put sound editing intern as what my current title is, because I'm no longer technically an assistant archivist at the YNLC. So what I do now while I'm traveling on the road is I have a collection of all the tapes that have been digitized by digitization tech over the last few years. And I'm in the process of just editing the audio quality of them and writing transcripts. That's another part of it that I do, but mostly editing the audio quality of these tapes that were recorded in the 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s. So the quality isn't the greatest. So that's what I get to do, is I get to make them a little crisper, get rid of loud beeps. So that's like the technical side of it, but the side for me that's more important, and it gets me excited, to be honest, is, again, it was one thing while I was at the center to read the stories. It's another thing to listen to the stories, to engage, to hear the voices of the elders telling the stories. Because when I'm reading them, I don't put emphasis on the points that maybe the elders put in their stories. So when I'm listening to them, and it's just conversation on the tapes, it's amazing. And being able to hear what they put emphasis on, what they are really trying to share, the point that they're trying to make, being able to hear their voices tell their stories rather than reading it in a book where their stories are being told for them via your own voice or the voice of the author that wrote the book. It's a really neat relationship to have with the material that I work with, the archival material. And when I mention that I get excited about it, is because I don't know if everyone saw Paul and Emerald's talk yesterday, but they talked about working with the Casca tapes and the digitization project that they have at the Myles First Nations, and how it gets the community excited, like to hear these elders, their family, their own grandparents, their own parents, their own cousins, all their own relatives telling their stories. And to hear that Emerald and Paul talk about it made me excited, because it's something I've thought about a lot while I've been traveling and doing this work and listening to these stories, especially the stories related to the Carmacks area where I'm from. It's exciting because there's not only are you able to hear these stories, but you're able to engage with the voices, the elders that have most of them have passed, if not all of them. And so it's just a neat way to engage with it. And I can't wait, because I get giddy about it every time I get to listen to a story. So I hope one day, and I cannot wait till the day that these are a lot more accessible to folks in their own communities, and they can hear their own grandparents tell stories that maybe they heard as a children, that they can carry forward to tell their own children, because that's what I'm super, super excited for. And again, it leads back to the identity. Like, it just brings me so much closer to knowing where I come from and who I am as a person. And it's helped me grow and become more confident knowing where I come from. So I can, I'm on this crazy road trip right now where I just am in brand new places all the time, and I don't know what I'm doing. I also got a puppy the day I left, so that's a new experience as well. And but just knowing a bit more of who I am has allowed me to go further into the world and into places that I probably don't think I would have been able to do prior, because I wasn't so connected to who I was. I wasn't grounded. But now that I know a bit more, and it started a personal journey for myself where I've asked my mom more questions, my own relatives more questions about our background. And it all just started with working at the YNLC archives, working with material that is related to my own family history. It's been amazing. I think that's more or less what I have at the moment. If anyone has any questions, please feel free. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you, Myles. That was that you were a bit nervous about speaking. Thank you so much. Experiences at the center. And I guess what I wanted to say is, firstly, please live that van life for the rest of us who are kidding. I just want to say how much of a pleasure it's been to work with you, but also how amazing it's been to sort of see this transition that you're talking about of coming into it and being not so sure about what archives are about, or maybe not sure about how much of an interest there was for the work that you would be doing, and then just seeing you sort of bloom into this interest for archives and discovering all kinds of amazing things and getting so excited, and then sharing your passion and excitement with the other youth at the center at YNLC has just been such a joy to just be part of that and watch how excited people are getting. And we did already talk a little bit earlier about some of the youth that are currently at the Yukon Native Language Center, but I believe that there's 18 Youth Today language leaders tomorrow. So right now at YNLC, so it's just been great to watch everybody get so excited about everything. And so thank you so much for all of your hard work, Myles. It's just been wonderful working with you. I see also that Krista Dempster was here as well on the Zoom. So I don't know if she wanted to add anything. I think we have a few minutes. We are a little bit over time. And I do see that someone actually has some questions here. So Chloe said, not a question, but thank you for your personal story. So great to hear how it's impacting you to work with stories and audio. And then Joy wrote, what got you interested in applying to that assistant archivist position at the beginning? And what was your curiosity that led you to apply or come back after the first day?
All right, okay. Thank you for the question, Joy. That's actually a great question. So what got me interested? So I kind of mentioned that I didn't grow up. I grew up 2 hours away from the community of Carmack, where my mom is from. So like where my First Nations culture kind of derives from. 2 hours away, but I wasn't super connected, which I look back on it. It actually makes me quite sad in a lot of ways. But like being able to move forward, I've been able to grow with it more and connect with my community a lot more. So when I saw this position at the YNLC open up and the language center, because it's something, when I was a young child and around my grandparents a bit more, they spoke a lot of Northern Shoshone. They were fluent in it. Like that was their language. Trying to speak to them in English was like two different languages. Like it was hard to speak to my grandparents in English because they didn't speak English very well. And but being around Northern Shoshone as a child, it kind of left a lasting impact on me that I didn't really know I had until like a few years ago, where I started to really think about my Northern Shoshone culture, and specifically the language, because I started learning Spanish like 6 years ago. And then I started thinking to myself, like, why don't I know how to speak my own language? The language that my grandparents used to speak all the time to me as a child. And so then when this job popped up, it was instantly like, this is a great opportunity. I would love to. It seems like a very wonderful way to begin engaging with language, not just Northern Shoshone language, but all the languages in the Yukon. What was your first curiosity that led you to apply and come back to the first day? And to answer the second part of your question, what was my first curiosity that led you to apply or come back after the first day? Was the stories, to be honest, because the first, like as I mentioned, when I started out, I was really just working with textual material, documents, papers, and stories. So my first day, I got to, after Carly showed me around, and I got to know the staff at the center a bit more, and I kind of got into it, opened my first binder or my first duotang folder that had these stories in it, and I was able to engage and read and hear of like place names in the area, hear of stories that came from the people in the area, and it was the beginning of this personal identity journey for me, because that's what connected me to it. That's what my curiosity or my passion of some sort connected to, was that these stories, they weren't stories that I was reading about people from New Zealand or Central America or South America. They were stories relating to people from where I came from. So that's what I connected to, and that's what kept me going in a lot of ways. Yeah. So hopefully that answers your question, Joy.
Lady, any other questions? No. Are we unmuted now?
Yeah.
Okay, we're unmuted. Great. Well, thank you so much, Myles. And I think we're a little bit over time, but I guess I would just like to add that if anybody had any questions, I'm sure that they can reach out to Myles, or they can reach out to us and we can send the questions to Myles. And also maybe we can share the YNLC website if anybody's interested in taking a closer look at those recordings or the textual materials. YNLC is still working on inventorying all of that great material, but there's definitely a lot that has been digitized and a lot of it has been inventoried. So I would just tell people to get curious about it and to definitely reach out to YNLC and see how they can access those materials. Great, so thank you so much, Myles, and I guess we should move on to our next person.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you for letting me speak and let me talk and inviting me. Thank you so much.
It was wonderful. Loved hearing about what it means to go through those materials and how it impacted and finding your identity, because that is a really big part of sort of archives as a healing project. So yeah, I love hearing about those type of stories. But yeah, so thank you. I know it can be a touchy thing to talk about and sometimes difficult because it's a lot of emotions happening, especially. But so thank you for sharing. All right. So, thank you, Myles. Let's get on to our next speaker. And we could introduce our next speaker. Leslie will be our moderator for this session, and I'll let Leslie take it away.
Okay, hello everyone again. For those who weren't at this morning session when I was moderator, my name is Leslie Buchan and I'm with the Yukon Archives, and I'm a member of the Yukon Council of Archives. And I'm really pleased to have Pavlina Livingstone-Sudrich here to do our next presentation. She's come up with an exciting title, No One Wants to Read Your Dusty Books, Communications in the Age of TikTok. Pavlina has worked with us at the Yukon Archives a number of years ago, and she, so I think she may have a secret fondness for dusty books underneath that title, but she is a Yukoner, a professional freelance journalist and a hobby historian. In the past year, she has migrated from traditional storytelling mediums like radio and print to social media. She has racked up 46 million views on a single video on Instagram and millions on her TikTok account as well. So I turn over the screen to Pavlina to tell us all about TikTok.
Hi, everyone, and thanks so much, Leslie, for having me. I'm just going to try and enable screen sharing here so that we can kind of get going. I apologize in advance. I have a firm 12 o'clock commitment, but I just want to make sure we have time to get through this. Can everyone see my screen? I'm going to admit to being a bit of a Luddite. Okay, I've got a thumbs up. So first, I just want to start by acknowledging that I do my work on the traditional territory of the Ta'an Kwäch'än First Nation and the Kwanlin Dün First Nation. And the TikToks I film and where I recreate happen across the Yukon on the various 14 First Nations traditional territory here in Yukon. So yeah, started with a provocative title. No one wants to read your dusty books anymore. Communication in the age of TikTok, but I absolutely have a fondness for dusty books. I guess I was kind of hoping that I'd be able to see all the participants. Is there a way, I just wanted to ask people, like, for the people that are on this session, how many of you might be familiar with TikTok and Instagram? Is there a way to like wave a little hand in the chat? Leslie, how many people are?
Got 30 people, and you've got one like, one variation. Oh, 4, 3. I don't know if you can see the thumbs up. Can you see the thumbs
Okay,
up?
yeah. Well, I can see the comments. Yeah. Okay. There's a couple of people who like might be familiar, but maybe not use it. Well, that is great. I can start with what is TikTok. So this is kind of the main page of TikTok. When you log in, you don't have to have an account to view the content. This is my own kind of main page from a web browser. Basically, what TikTok is it's a video sharing platform with a global audience of 1 billion people. And it's primarily for showing short content, anything between 3 seconds, if you can believe it, up to about 1 minute. TikTok has recently expanded its permission settings to allow videos up to 10 minutes, but you're really going to see a massive user engagement drop off for anything even really over 30 seconds. So I like to think of it as it's YouTube for people with ADHD or storytelling ADHD. Another interesting thing to note specifically about TikTok and Instagram as well to a certain extent, if people are more familiar with Instagram, they may understand that you follow people that you know. You develop a relationship and you follow people you know. So my own personal Instagram, it's like my friends and family. TikTok isn't the same way. TikTok really opens you up to a global audience. And it has this thing, the algorithm, which is sometimes referred to as almost a sentient being, that it's kind of terrifying, but it's interesting as well. It tracks your behavior in a way that it knows immediately by how long you watch a video and what types of videos you interact with, what your interests are. And so it pushes content into your feed, not based on who you follow, but what kinds of things you may be interested in. And the more you interact, for example, I'm really into pottery. So I interact with a lot of pottery sites. I'll see a potter and I'll like it. And next thing I know, I'm seeing more videos come across my page about different potters from around the world. So there's a lot of different opinions in the global sphere about whether the algorithm is good. I mean, there's some drawbacks. It draws you into an echo chamber and never draws you outside of this narrative that you want to see. But on the other side, you get exposure to this global audience that would have no other way of finding you or interacting with you. Okay, so how did I, a nice, normal 36-year-old lady, end up on TikTok? As Leslie introduced me, my background is in communications and storytelling. I worked with the CBC for a number of years as a radio journalist. My undergrad is in journalism, history, and political science. I've done a lot of freelance writing throughout the years, and I work in communications. I took an over a year hiatus from social media a year ago, and actually went and lived in a Benedictine monastery where there was no Instagram or TikTok there. And when I came back to the Yukon, I found that I was taking up communications work again, and I just realized that the landscape of social media had changed dramatically in the year that I was away from it. Again, for those of you who might be more familiar with like Facebook or Instagram, if you can imagine posts that are text-based or static image-based. So those posts that are like where someone really writes I don't want to say a diatribe, but they write like 100 words, 250 words, or they post a picture. That's the social media landscape I was used to. And all of a sudden, Instagram announced last year that they were no longer going to be pushing static images, but that everything was moving towards Reels, which is essentially short video content that's 1 minute or less. And really out of personal curiosity, I thought, well, how does this work? How do we move from mediums that are like static visual and text-based to like purely video? And can I do this? So that was kind of the challenge I gave myself as a storyteller, as a communications expert, to see if I could give it a try. So that's how I ended up on TikTok. So this is my TikTok account. This is what my main page looks like. I have a very modest 81,000 followers, which is just wild to me because although that's like very small beans in the world of TikTok, it's shocking to think. I used to work in communications in the cabinet office, and we would work so hard to get 10 people to listen to a tribute. And all of a sudden on TikTok, you seamlessly, anything you say, you're guaranteed to reach double the population of the Yukon. So that's really terrifying. Yeah, so that's basically the main page of my TikTok. So I want to talk about viral videos. So how maybe we can go back for a second. So I posted 3 videos on TikTok. I decided very clearly what the parameters of my own storytelling around TikTok were going to be. As you can see in my bio, it's about outdoor adventures that are focused around making the outdoors safe and accessible and an inclusive space. So I like didn't know really how to do it. And although I'm like somewhat familiar in video editing, it took a little while for me to figure out the app. I think the first video I put out was 6 seconds, and I think it took me 6 hours to edit. Trust me, once you get through that initial learning curve, it does not take me 6 hours to edit a 6-second video anymore. But anyway, I put out 2 or 3 videos, and the third video I put out, I really thought this is garbage. I actually hesitated to post it. Just thinking it wasn't very dynamic, it wasn't very interesting. And I woke up the next morning and it had 500,000 views. So I'm just going to show you guys that video because there's nothing more boring than listening to people talk about TikTok instead of actually watching it. So can you guys see this video screen I've just showed? Yeah, okay. And hopefully the sound is going to be good. So let's take a gander. The lure I'm going to be using today is called a Len Thompson. Oh, you can't see the video. Only sound. Okay, hang on. Let's see if I can change my share setting. Can you see the video now? Yeah, you can see it. Okay, let's try this again. Sorry, guys. The lure I'm going to be using today is called a Len Thompson.
Alabama, Arkansas, I do love my bottom part, and I do love you. Well, holy moly, me, oh my, you're the apple of my eye.
So there you have it. That's I'm just going to go back to our other screen. That's hang on, sorry. That's it. So viral videos, what is that about? I personally don't think that's like anything terribly remarkable. It's a moment of fishing. It's an incomplete story. Yeah, what makes a video go viral? So can anyone suggest perhaps just brainstorm, like why would 500,000 people be interested in watching that? What about that do you think jumped out at people? Okay, I'll go into okay, fishing. Yeah, everybody likes fishing. Okay, it makes a connection. Maybe, yeah. Escapism, yeah. I think definitely. You guys are now you're just throwing out compliments. Okay, it's outside their experience, the music, the scenery. Definitely we saw TikTok take off as an app during COVID when people around the world were stuck at home. So certainly there's like an element that they could get out. But I'm gonna really share the secret with you guys. The secret to why that video went viral was audience engagement and interaction. Because there's a moment in the video where I hold up the fishing lure and I say, this is a Len Thompson. Well, guess what? That's the manufacturer of the lure. It's not the name of the lure. So people, it was a common enough mistake that a bunch of people felt empowered to go into the comments and politely or not correct me. The more users engage with your posts, like TikTok doesn't evaluate why are people engaging with this post. Is it for positive or negative reasons? They just see engagement. And that means they're going to like bump it up through these tiers of exposure. So all of a sudden this video is showing up on the, yes, it is because, sorry, someone just commented that the reason the video went viral is because I got mansplained, which is exactly what happened. So that's just something to keep in mind is user engagement is what's going to drive your exposure on TikTok. I won't show you guys the second video. I have a video that has 46.5 million views on Instagram. Look, I had like 200 followers on Instagram. It was just my friends and family. 46.5 million views puts it in the top 10 most viewed videos on Instagram of all time. And this video doesn't make any sense. I cannot figure out why almost 50 million people have viewed it because it's an insipid girl saying, tell me you're rich without telling me you're rich. And then it's an inside joke for Old Crow where I hold up a bag of dry meat and I say, I'm rich because I have this bag of dry meat. And let me tell you, 50 million people don't know what dry meat is. And it turned into this like chaotic place in the internet where people are commenting to be like, what is dry meat? Is that just beef jerky? I don't like the girl in the first video. There's a grammatical error in the text of her video. And that's why 50 million people got that view, saw that video. So yeah, just, I guess my takeaway from this is when it comes to virality, it's not all that it's chalked up to be. You should be really careful about what you wish for. User engagement is key. It's going to get you in front of a bigger audience. Mistakes you make, little Easter eggs that people notice, whether intentionally or unintentionally, will really drive that viewer engagement. But frankly, after the experience of like 10 million views on certain videos, 50 million views on other videos, it's valuable only in that it will expose your content to a broader audience who may like it. But more often than not, it's going to put you in front of a global audience that have no interest and no appreciation for the content you're putting out. So my advice, if you're thinking about going viral on TikTok, is actually it's better to slowly grow your following over time within an audience that is like very dedicated and invested and there for the reasons that they like your content, instead of just kind of this scattershot approach. Every once in a while, it doesn't hurt. I see people get thousands of followers overnight from a viral video, but it never really happened to me. I just got a bunch of trolls who didn't appreciate seeing me kill a fish, and that got me into a realm of trouble. Anyway, moving on. Okay, so how has TikTok changed my life? The short answer is that it hasn't. Absolutely not. But it has changed the way I think about storytelling. So I just want to tell you a couple things that are unique to TikTok that I think would be relevant to archives and how we approach social history telling. TikTok is way more about the journey than the destination than other apps like Instagram. When I go on Instagram, I look at a very curated, beautiful, manufactured kind of, beauty ideal. TikTok, you're going to get way more uptake on things that are candid. My friend described it really well once. Discovery Channel will show you a drone shot of a heroic person summiting. TikTok followers want to see you struggle out of the car in the parking lot. And as a storyteller, that is actually kind of freeing, because it's not about this like 10-hour journey that leads you to this 4-second epic ego clip. They just want to be brought along. They want that intimacy. People enjoy the struggle. So TikTok is a lot more candid, authentic, and spontaneous. There's also a lot more community engagement. So people they comment, they ask questions, they want to engage with you. It's also always value driven. If there's cynics out there that are like, oh, social media is like very shallow, you can't convey anything, it's just like dancing and ego, I would say that that's a real misunderestimation of the audience that's out there. In my experience, people want to be educated. There's still a massive appetite to be educated, to engage, to ask questions. And so putting content that gives your viewers value is what they're going to respond to. And the last thing that I kind of mentioned on is the brevity of it. You have to be brief. You have to be so incredibly concise in your storytelling. Shakespeare once said, brevity is the soul of wit. Well, if brevity is the soul of wit, then the soul of brevity is TikTok. And I'm going to show you another video now that just demonstrates how, like, it took me a while to figure out, how do I tell this like big story in 30 seconds, 1 minute? It was such a challenge, but you know what, guys, it is absolutely possible. And it's a really cool storytelling exercise to really always ask yourself, what is essential? What is essential? So this next video was my second viral video that got 1.5 million views overnight. And it was, my dad got stranded on the South Canal Road, actually off the South Canal Road, and I had to go pick him up. And I was like, if I'm going to spend 8 hours driving to pick my dad up, I'm going to make a TikTok about it. But then I had all this footage of driving on the South Canal Road, which I don't know if you guys are familiar with, but it's not that exciting. It is deeply boring to drive down a gravel road by yourself. So how do you turn that into a story that 1.5 million people are going to be excited to watch? I'm not saying I'm a master at this, but I'll share my screen. And what I want you to focus on is the quick cuts. So the editing, what you think you need 10 seconds, 30 seconds to tell, you actually need 1 second. I no longer use any single clip that's longer than 3 seconds unless I really have to. So hang on, I'm gonna share the screen here. You can let me know if you can't see it, but here we go.
Just on hour 5 of trying to save my dad. As you can see, the scenery is pretty spectacular. And well, we're getting closer. We've climbed Mountain Pass, and now we're gonna just descend, and hopefully find my dad in good condition.
Sorry. So yeah, that's just to give you a sense of, you know, that was still really early in my TikTok days, but how concisely you can tell a story. You have to get comfortable with the bare minimum of a narrative, and people don't want to. Well, maybe they do. People do probably want complex stories, but if you're going to tell stories on TikTok, what I recommend is just focusing on like one short point that you can convey, and then you can put multiple videos up and people will follow you. Oh yeah, sorry, the music didn't play well. Well, you get the point. Anyway, so I'm just going to go into the next slide here. How has TikTok changed my life? Okay, what does this have to do with us and our Dusty books? Okay, what is the practical application for this, for the Yukon Council on Archives? Well, I think it depends on your commitment to social history telling. Museums are on TikTok. Archivists are on TikTok, and they're finding an audience. And this goes to what I was saying earlier. I think, you know, what I see is that people are still curious. People still want information. We just need to change the way we deliver it. So it's really a challenge in terms of, are we willing to, you know, hold on to the amazing things that we have, even here at Yukon Archives, and wait for people to come to us? Or are we gonna use the digital mediums and storytelling available to us to really get amazing, important content in front of our audience? So you'll see there's the amateur professional who I really recommend that you check out. They're an archivist and they're constantly putting up very interesting, relevant material. I mean, plagiarism, I think, is okay on TikTok. Like, you can take someone else's video and recreate it in your own context. So if it's not as if you're sitting there thinking, well, how could Yukon Archives possibly, you know, produce content? I'm not that funny. I'm not that creative. You don't have to be. You can find out what other archivists are doing and recreate it in a Yukon context. You'll also see the Texas Archives. I mean, 56,000 followers. Can you imagine if 56,000 people came through the Yukon Archives? I mean, the poor pages. Let's hope that doesn't happen. So just some areas of, there are hashtags. Hashtags work essentially as like a Google search flag term. So when I'm looking for archivists on TikTok, 3 hashtags that I search under are Ask an Archivist, Special Collections, and Archivist Talk. And that's you know, just 3 common hashtags that you're going to find a lot of fun archival material under. So Ask an Archivist, this is a really cool example I just wanted to focus on, where it demonstrates that people are curious, they're interested, they're looking for answers. So this particular, the amateur professional has put out content that identifies them as an archivist, and then the audience starts engaging. They ask questions like, you know, why does everyone from that era have the same type of cursive writing? And there's a feature on TikTok that allows you to pull the comment out and reply directly to it. So everyone in the audience knows someone asked this question and now I'm answering it. And I mean, this answer got a huge amount of views. Again, people are out there. So it's not always a question of inventing your own content, sitting there in the archives thinking like, oh man, what story am I going to tell today? What's really important is engaging with your audience. What are they curious about? 80% of my content is kind of guided by what people are curious about, what they're interacting on. You know, you have to adapt and be flexible to see what is it that inspires people or captures them. Okay, so we talked about the difference between Instagram and TikTok. Candid versus curated, it's not something that like you should feel compelled to do a ton of work around. I don't have like a light bar. I have like one plastic little flimsy tripod. Sometimes I just do videos where I'm holding my camera and talking really candidly, and that gets a ton of uptake. I think the biggest barrier, people let this concept of perfection get in their way of doing TikToks, and I would encourage you to kind of break outside of that. Just a few quick things if people aren't familiar with TikTok. So there's this thing about trends. There'll be a specific sound that everybody starts using in creative, adaptive ways. And it's kind of hard to convey, but you get the hang of it pretty quickly once you're actually on the app. A way to imagine it is that it's like video short form. So you know when a journalist comes to a press conference and you look at his notes and he's not writing sentences, he's writing in short form. Trends are like that. They're like cultural code speak, where as soon as you hear that audio or that music, me as the listener is going to know the premise, where's this video going? And then people just adapt it to their particular niche, whether they're like a soap maker or a divorcee or, you know, an angsty teenager. There's incredibly creative ways that they're all going to adapt this same song or sound to their area. And I want to show you an example of this that's used by an archivist, which is really cool. There was this sound where this woman is singing, "We are erasing ourselves from the narrative," which was women were using this as a trending sound to show the way that women were excluded from historical narratives accounts. Their agency was being taken away. And an archivist jumped on this trend. And I'm just gonna pull this video up for you. Make sure you can see it. Just hang on. Okay, you can see. I hope the sound is okay.
I'm erasing myself from the narrative. I put myself back in the narrative.
So you can see there, it's a super short video, but when someone hears that audio, they're familiar with it. They know that it deals with women being erased from stories. And then there's this archivist that jumps in and is like, we're doing all this work to ensure that women's agency and names remain in the historical narrative. So that's how you tell, you say you make a point in 7 seconds. You use this cultural short form in these trends. And that's how you can do it. Okay, jokes, funny things, repurposing content, or yeah, sorry, I just wanted to go into humor and trends a little bit more. So I just have 2 more short archivist specific videos that I want to show you guys. Hang on 1 second. This is just to kind of light the fire of inspiration amongst the Yukon Council on Archives about everything that's possible.
My favorite game. Let's cut it open and see what.
I just want to say, actually, sorry, I'm going to pause it. Lip syncing can be a big part of TikTok. So this is an example of an archivist who took an existing sound that was popular, it was trending, it was getting in front of a big audience, and they adapted the audio to their specific niche. So there's a bit of TikTok humor and applications into the archivist reality. And I'm going to show you guys one more.
You are stealing
right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail. You're charging too high prices for sweaters, glasses, you right to jail. You undercook fish, believe it or not, jail.
So there's some archivist inside humor for you that that is currently existing on TikTok. Okay. Okay, so I want to leave some time for questions, but I don't know what the future of Yukon Archives on social media looks like, but I would just, I guess my takeaways would be to recommend to you to not overthink it, to not really get bogged down in this trap of thinking that content has to be curated, it has to be perfect. Yukon Archives has a ton of amazing videos, images, stories that are just waiting to be told, and I promise you that there is public interest on it. One passion project that I've always kind of toyed with is Edith Josie's Here Are the News, and how incredible that would be to just get back out into the public realm. So I just, as an experiment, how hard could this be? I made a video yesterday in 5 minutes about Edith Josie's Here Are the News, and this is just to leave you with, I'm not saying this is what it should look like, but I just want to leave you guys with the sense that it shouldn't be an intimidating prospect.
Did you know that for almost a decade, Yukon's most famous correspondent was Edith Josie from Old Crow? Edith Josie began writing a column for the White Horse Star in late 1962. Over the years, her column became famous and was translated into many different languages, including Italian, German, and French. She told everyday stories of the goings-on in her home community of Old Crow. She was profiled in Elle magazine and even published a book. You can find copies of Here Are the News over the 1960s right here at the Yukon Archives. Come check it out.
So there you have it, everyone. You know, I just want to say one more guiding principle that I'd leave you with if you're worried or thinking about taking archives on TikTok is ask yourself what's interesting to me, because what's interesting to you when you're looking through accessions, when you've discovered a piece of Yukon history, if it's interesting to you and you have access to 1 billion people, it's going to be interesting to like a few hundred at least more. So anyway, thanks for having me, everyone, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thanks very much, Pavlina. That was wonderful. I'm sort of sad you didn't show my very favorite one of yours with your little dog, because I my eyes out. I know, but if I can just tell everyone, go on Pavlina, and you can either go on you can just go on Google and search it and find it, and it comes up on YouTube or in Instagram or TikTok. And it's about her wonderful little white dog. We saw a picture of him getting into her raft with her at the beginning TikTok she showed. And it is such an appealing story. I'm starting to cry just thinking about it.
My dog had a very unique and special friendship with a neighborhood fox.
Yes. And so in a minute or 30 seconds, you did a wonderful job of explaining that. So I'm going to throw open the floor to questions. There's one I see that Jenny Lou has asked. So I'll go ahead and read it. How much time do you spend engaging with your audience after you've created those TikToks? Like, are you just inundated?
Yeah, you can be. Like, certainly when I posted that video of Oliver playing with the fox, it got 10 million views. So in that period of time, in that window, I turned my phone off. It's just, my life isn't TikTok. I put very clear parameters around it. So I'll turn off my phone. You definitely cannot respond. I think there's like 100,000 comments on it. You can't. But where I do focus my attention is less on the viral videos, but like the kind of bread and butter videos where I'm doing something with my dad, and you start to get to know your followers because they'll regularly engage. You get to know a little bit about them. And so I do make an effort to respond to those more kind of consistent, like those followers. you can spend as much time engaging with your audience as you like. I know a guy who lives off-grid in Temiskaming. He's an older gentleman, and he asked me the same question when he started. He has like 200,000 followers now, and he will respond to almost every comment, and that drives up his, I mean, it doesn't take long. Sometimes you just like a comment, or you say thank you, or you answer a question, or you use a video to answer a question, and that helps create content to you. So it's really up to you. I think if in a Yukon Archives context, prioritizing responding to questions that inform and engage your audience would be a priority, and then don't worry about the rest. It's really about what you have capacity for. There's no set rules.
Another question is, how do you save or manage your TikTok clips? And then I also had a question about copyright. If you wanted to, do you share the copyright with TikTok, or do they own it?
Yeah, you asked me that, and that's a really interesting question that I actually had to come across with that video of Oliver and the Fox, because I had a lot of interest from news agencies like CNN, Fox, BBC, who wanted to purchase the rights for it. So that I don't, you own the rights to the original content. TikTok puts a watermark on it, which you can scrub if you're putting on the same, if you're repurposing the video for other platforms. But my understanding is that you retain the original content, and that you could sell it as an NFT, but that's like a whole other, we don't need to get into that world, because I'm still trying to grapple with understanding the ownership and copyright rules around it. With respect to how I manage, of course, an archivist would ask, how do you catalog and save your clips? I have an external hard drive, and I just like dump everything, because everything is recorded as video. So I just dump everything in there, and then kind of sort through things on a needs basis. I think, you know, TikTok is what it is now because the technology has allowed it to flourish. And what I mean by that is, like, even 4 years ago, when iPhones didn't have the capacity for storage, when they didn't have the same video capture quality, this would have been impossible. But now that, you know, your standard government iPhone is going to have 80 gigabytes, like, I challenge you to fill that with video content. Like, you know, it's going to take you a while. The editing apps that are available to, like, I edit everything on my phone. I have professional video editing software, and I've used it in the past, and there's no reason why I would have to go through the process of like transferring video files, going through this like onerous editing process. The apps that exist now are so seamless that you can kind of rip through video editing faster than ever. So yeah, there's a bunch of reasons why TikTok is emerging, and part of that is because it's just easier. It's easier to create content.
One more question. When you look at how you've done all your TikToks over the last, I can't remember when you said you started, was it when you got back from the Benedictine monastery? So July?
Yeah.
So less than a year.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see continuing to do this, or have you put a parameter around that too? This is a year that you're going to try.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think in the initial months, I had a bit less work going on, so I was able to focus on content creation. I mean, also it's like the summer in the Yukon, so it seems like there's boundless content. I certainly have struggled a lot more to find engaging content in the throes of January. But in terms of the longevity, I don't know. I think there is an expectation. Like, I posted a video recently and people were like, where have you been? You hear a lot about, there's this myth, I think, that is really prevalent, that you have to post 3 times a day to remain relevant on TikTok. Like, absolutely not. I work full time. I'm in a postgrad program. I am not solely focused on pushing out TikToks. So I've definitely eased off on the intentionality of kind of really going after it. But when there's a video that strikes me as fun to make, I think I'll still make it. It's also hard because people have hired me to make their TikToks. So now I'm still pushing out a ton of content. It's just, I'm not in it and no one knows I'm attached to it.
Oh, And then I think that's it for questions for you.
Actually, I just thought about we have a lot of youth in our summit these days, and they're also into putting up the language and their learning on social media. I was wondering if you have any advice or comments or like support you would like to say.
Absolutely. I would say go for it. And youth, I mean, the more you're on TikTok, that's one big challenge that I found is I like TikTok, but I recognize that it's really challenging to be on it a lot. It's just, I'm not sure what it's doing to my attention span, frankly. But as someone who is like looking for inspiration, it's hard to like comb it with this intentional, like what are the trends out there? So having said that, I think it benefits from being a team effort where several people are on TikTok, and youth are on TikTok. They know the trends. They will love to try, and they will know how to apply it to the context of what you're working on, whether it's like First Nations language revitalization or material that you're going through. Like they will have endless creative ways. And I think that's a super, super good idea of as a way to like bring it alive, put it in front of a bigger audience, and empower youth to tell their stories in the contemporary way. Like certainly 36, I'm on the old age end of TikTok. This is a platform that is for kids under 20. I mean, there's problems with that too. Let me be very clear. But like, those are the primary users of it. When I look at the accounts of people who are following me, I'm like, you're like 14, you know, which is cool. If parents and kids want to engage safely online, I'm not there to judge that. And I just am mindful of all the content I put out and how I talk about things. But, you know, this is their generation. This is how they're going to be consuming information and telling stories. So we should absolutely invite them to participate in that process.
Thank you. I'm going to say, just in case you have to leave before this next bit is over, Pavlina, I want to say thank you so much. And Pavlina had recommended that we contact Jocelyn Jo Strack, who is the Indigenous Knowledge Research Chair at Yukon University, because she has been using it a lot. So I had talked to Jocelyn via text, and she has permitted us to show something that the Aboriginal Peoples Network television did on her, because she was chosen to be trained in TikTok as one of the Aboriginal leaders in the Yukon. So we're going to go, it's a 2-minute or 2-minute 20 on YouTube that we're going to watch, and hopefully that will work. And then we'll come back and have last minute questions. Thank you, Pavlina.
Thanks, everyone.
And Jenny Lou is going to navigate our way through to find that.
Yes, I think. Let's see. Okay, give me a second. I think it's on the bottom.
There it is.
There it is.
We just have to go through it. It's only 3 seconds. There we go.
Okay. And the volume up. Can everybody see this all right? Okay, I think it looked good. Let's start playing it.
One of my favorite berries is cranberries. You know,
Jocelyn Jo Strack has only been using TikTok for 3 months.
It's time to say goodbye to the swans.
But thanks to her videos sharing her Yukon First Nations knowledge, she already has 17,000 followers.
There is this amazing community of Indigenous creators on TikTok that are sharing knowledge, they're sharing about rights, about trauma, about reconciliation, and it's incredible.
They're one of our most sacred animals.
Jo Strack is the only Yukoner selected for the National Screen Institute's first TikTok Accelerator program for Indigenous creators.
Home, a place where I can go.
The online program will help 30 Indigenous creators up their game in the TikTok world by providing pointers in lighting, networking, and most importantly, how to tell a good story on TikTok.
And then I saw this program come around and I was like, wow, I could really learn a lot and connect with all of these other creators as well. I have this like other little app that I use. It takes time.
Jo Strack will use the training program to share stories on TikTok and her role as Yukon University's research chair in Indigenous knowledge. She plans to create content based on her own TikToks, which are centered about the teachings of the earth.
We've always shared the creek with the bears.
So my role as the Indigenous Knowledge Chair at Yukon University is much about trying to bridge knowledge systems. Now there's this opportunity to have like little 1-minute clip sharings of it too through TikTok to the broader audience.
So this is the people side, and this is the bear side.
The training program starts next week. Jo Strack says she's excited to use the platform as a way to share with even more Indigenous people.
This is just another platform where I think Indigenous people are really like just the red wave is flowing, man. And it's really exciting to be a part of it. We get to start sharing with people like APTN.
Sarah Connors, APTN National News, Whitehorse.
So, woo! We'll see you next week, everybody.
So I don't know if anybody else has some other questions that have come up. Could throw it out to the audience. Has anybody using TikTok or Instagram in ways that they think the rest of us would like to hear about? We're just getting our screens back here. And so I don't see any more questions come in. So I think we've given you 5 minutes to spare, Pavlina, to get to your appointment.
Thanks so much, everyone. It was super fun. I often think about how much potential there is in the Yukon and sharing our history. And I encourage you, and I can't wait to see Yukon Archives on TikTok. And if you need help, let me know. I'm happy to lend a hand.
Thank you very much.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you. That was great. Oh, it doesn't want to see me. Why? Why? Oh, there we go. It's not as smart as a human. Our little owl webcam. All right. So we are 5 minutes out to lunch. There we go. So we will start and go right into lunchtime. Go and refresh and nourish yourselves. And we'll see you back at 1 o'clock for a presentation from our Société Histoire francophone du Yukon, excuse my French accent, with a pre-recorded set of videos from Allan Code, our filmmaker, and then Andrew Connors will do a presentation on his film projects as well. And that will take us to the end of day 2. So go off, nourish yourselves, and we'll see you back again at 1 o'clock. There you go. Okay, welcome back from lunch, guys. I think we've got most of our participants back. Hope everybody had a good lunch. And then we'll get started with the second half of our program. Carly Leonard will be moderating for our next session and introducing the speakers. So I'm going to turn the floor to Carly and our speakers.
Thank you. Alrighty, well, hi everyone. I hope everyone had a great lunch. So for those who might have missed yesterday or earlier this morning, my name is Carly Leonard, and I'll be moderating this presentation. So this presentation is called What is la Société d'Histoire francophone du Yukon up to these days? Le plan stratégique et les origines de l'initiative d'abord de la SHFY. So Yann Herry has been involved in the development of the francophone community since his arrival on the territory in 1981. His passion is to promote the participation of francophones in the history of the Yukon. He is the author of La francophonie, une richesse nordique, which accompanies the permanent exhibition of portraits of francophones who have marked the history of the Yukon. He served on the Yukon Historical Museums Association Board of Directors for several years and currently sits on the YCA board. Since his retirement in 2020, he has participated in the creation of the Société d'Histoire francophone du Yukon, which he chairs. Sylvie Binette is a highly skilled museum professional with expertise in the area of visitor experience, particularly with interpretation and informational learning. She's made the Yukon her home for 37 years now, and she is happy to be a founding member of the Société d'Histoire francophone du Yukon and sharing that story with you today. So I will now pass the floor on to Sylvie and Yann. Oh, and you are both muted.
Okay. Bonjour et bienvenue. Welcome. Danje, Natleo Shakwatan, Najid Daonje, Masai Yati. Good afternoon. Yann Herry Sylvie, my name is Yann Herry, and Sylvie Binette and I are glad to make the presentation on the land of the Kwanlin Dün First Nation and the Ta'an Kwäch'än Council. My mother Simone and my father Marc are from France. My grandparents and ancestry are Celtic from Brittany, Chi from northern France, Dutch from the Netherlands, Indonesian, and Italian. I was born in Morocco and raised in Quebec, and I have been in Yukon for 41 years, married here, and raised 4 children, 3 girls, 1 boy. I'm now retired for teaching, so I devote my time to my passion, which is history. Sylvie, can you introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, bonjour, and Danje. My name is Sylvie Binette. As Carly mentioned, I've been here in the Yukon for 37 years, mostly working around interpretation of natural and cultural history and so informal learning as well. And I'm happy to have raised my family on the traditional territory of the Ta'an Kwäch'än Council and the Kwanlin Dün First Nation. And I would like to say that my son also is part First Nation from the Tlingit Council. And I think I will pass it back to Yann and so that he can start with this part of the presentation.
So I will do a short overview of the francophone presence in Yukon, and Sylvie will describe the objective of the strategic plan for the society. I am the president of the society, and Sylvie is the vice president. I arrived in the Yukon in 1981 when the mines were closing. So I had limited money and no permanent place to stay, because we were waiting for the mines to reopen. So the best place to be was the library. And then I met some people with historical background. I think it was Doug Bell or Robin Armour, suggested me to look into the book of Robert Coates on place and names in Yukon. And it's where I discover rich francophone presence in the Yukon, and since then I'm working on it. I discovered that the francophone presence in Yukon goes back to 1840. Many francophones were on the crew of, as voyageurs on the crew of Robert Campbell, and many were Métis from Montreal, Iroquois, Mohawk, and French Canadian. And then during the gold rush, it attracted for sure a lot of people, and many were French Canadian. They were on the gold field, but also a large public servant, French francophone public servants in Dawson City. Because of the numbers, it was easy to live in French at the time. If they needed to go to the hospital, it was the Sister of Saint Anne for the school, and also for the priest, the oblates were present, and surveyors and so forth, gold commissioners. So the gold rush happened when the francophone lost their right to speak French in Western Canada, and they lost the school, so they didn't put in place an institution. With the arrival of the Dredges and the Laurier to lose the election in 1911, the francophone population dwindled. And the few French families that remaining in Yukon were left with no French school or institution. So began 70 years of assimilation and a loss of languages and culture. The history of the present passed from sight until 1980, when francophones had right recognized an institution put in place. The Francophone Association, SHFY, was created and did some project to bring to light the Francophone contribution to the Yukon history and the life of Francophones Yukoners. But it was a difficult process because information was buried in Anglophone material and was dispersed across the continent or even the world, because the pioneers left with their documents and when they left the Yukon. So much of the information was found in the French pages of the English newspaper in Dawson at the time, and also the Mayo Minor newspaper. So projects were done, but it was not centralized. It was dispersed. So we needed to do a work to get the documents together. Access mainly needed to be facilitated because it was very difficult to answer questions from individuals about the history of the Yukon, about the ancestors, and also difficult to answer requests for TV interviews. So it led to a need to establish a society in order to concentrate the information and to promote, to disperse the information. So that led, after 40 years of Francophone revival, to the creation of the society in April 2021. At the AGM of June 2021, we received a mandate to make a strategic plan for a 5-year strategic plan. And a strategic plan, and thanks to the support of the CDF of the Yukon government and SHFY, and also to the time and effort of volunteers, we have now a strategic plan. We hope that the youth, we hope to have the youth to knowledgeable about their history, to have elders to share their stories, and to facilitate access, and also to open a dialogue with all communities in Yukon, Anglophone, First Nations, and people from a diverse origins. And it's connected to this, the work of the society will be connected to truth and reconciliation with First Nations. So the mandate of the society is the Société d'Histoire Francophone du Yukon is to acquire, preserve, study, interpret, and promote the history and francophone heritage of the Yukon, with the aim of promoting access to the community and the preservation for future generations. Sylvie, it's your turn about the objectives.
Okay, so I will be reducing my screen just so I can have my document as I speak. Let me know if you still see me. Let's see. Are you still able to see me? Can you see me?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we can see you, Sylvie.
All right, thank you. So, as Yann mentioned, the Société d'Histoire Francophone organized itself in the spring. I think it's worth to mention as well that in 2009, there was a group of, like for a couple years, a group of individuals that had actually work on this as a committee and wanted to see a historical society. But at the time, we realized that maybe the capacity, after there was a study, that the capacity in the community, it was maybe not the right timing. But as of now, we kind of pursued the matter, and here we are. So with, like Yann mentioned, the support of the Community Development Fund and LAFI, we were able to hire a consultant. And as part of the developing the plan, we interviewed many Yukon organizations, and some of you that are here today may like I've been part of it. We were able to interview francophone organization, 4 of them, and I'd say it was about 7 anglophone organizations that center around heritage and museum, and as well government, like for example Yukon Archive, the historic site folks. As well, we interviewed 3 historical society that are outside the Yukon, that are in the Francophonie, just to kind of like get their feeling on how they went about. So we came up with kind of a long-term, like a vision that we really want to have the contribution, like Yann was saying, when he got involved, is to kind of have the contribution of Yukon Francophone as part of like the Yukon cultural fabric, recognized and known within the Yukon community, within Canada, and as well international, because there is lots of different partners that are part of the Francophonie in the world as well. So we have 6 different strategic objectives. So some of them are to kind of like have be recognized in the community and within Yukon government as a society that is contributing. We want to sensitize as well the different political entities about our objective. We want to collaborate with the different organizations that are in the Yukon that are doing the same kind of things that we will be doing, whether it's conserving heritage, whether it's educating on heritage, or there's another one. Sorry, I'm just whether it's conserving, or like, for example, we want to be able to work with the people who work around archive, people who work around telling the stories, people who work at also like marketing those stories. And we I've decided that we'll do about 5 projects in the next 5 years. We know that there are some events that are coming where it would be worthwhile to highlight the contribution of Francophone. So we want to work with, whether it's with the Francophone sector or in some event that will happen in the broader Yukon. And of course, we want to develop our, in French, we say of the service. So the kind of service that we're going to be offering. And that right now, we understand that there are service offered, for example, like Yukon Archive. We know that we don't want to duplicate service that are offered, but we know that we want to meet the need of our community. So this is part of our exercise that we will be doing in the next couple of weeks with our consultant to really define what our model will be. So this is kind of in a nutshell, a bit about our plan. And I'm happy to take, like, we're happy to take some question if you have any, but I hope that this gives you a bit of an idea. For us, it's a good roadmap. What we have had elaborate, the action are very clear of what we should be doing in which year, like so that is good. Now the work starts, and we are all, like many small organizations, we're all volunteer. Is there any question?
Thank you, Sylvie and Yann. That was great. Thank you so much. Jenny posted a comment for if anyone has any questions that they can please share them in the chat. But Jenny had a good question here a few minutes ago. She was wondering if you could talk to us about some of the challenges that happened in creating a strategic plan, because that's a huge project that you guys worked on and that you've done all this great work to identify your strategic plan. But were there any major challenges that you ran into when you were creating it?
Maybe the biggest challenge, I guess, due to COVID is not being able to have like meeting in person with people, and the time frame that we had was actually really short. We received the grant in, I think it was early December, and we had to be finished by February 28th. So that is a very short time. You know, if you want to take time to consult the different things, I would say that these were the biggest one. Mm-hmm. Yann, do you have something else to add?
No, I don't have anything to add.
Great, thank you. We had also another question. You both talked a bit about the many different resources that you've used in the past for some of the research that you've done. Where are some places that if people would like to learn more about the Franco-Yukonais community, where can they go look? So we did talk about the book that you published, Yann, and we talked a little bit about SHFY and a little bit about Yukon Archives, but do you have a list of some resources that you think people should learn or go find if they would like to learn more about the Yukon Franco-Yukonais community?
There's Empreinte, the 2 volume of Empreinte, which actually is like, if I may say, a database. I don't know the word, recueil in French. It had cataloged all the Francophone up to, not the historical one like from 50 years ago, but before that. So there's 2 tomes, and they have these books at SHFY, and I suspect that it's at the public library as well.
I believe Yukon Archives also retains copies of those books too. Mm-hmm.
And it will be the goal of the society to have a place. Right now, we don't have an employee and a place. And the goal is to have a place where we can centralize the information. We don't, like Sylvie said, we don't want to duplicate what other people are doing or associations are doing, but we need, you know, when we receive, like, it's almost on a monthly basis request for information about families or for TV programs, it's difficult because it's a lot of digging to do, because we cannot send people that need the information right away to, for example, to the archives. It takes time, and they want the information right away. So if we had a place where all the information was, and a person that can give that information in one place, that would be great. So it's one of the objectives that we have, is to be able to have a place to have all that information. Like I say, and then there is a lot of work also to find the information across the continent. A lot of the information is not here. So it's in New England, it's in, yeah.
Thank you. I think Leslie Buchan, the private records archivist at Yukon Archives, wrote a question that goes wonderfully with what you just mentioned. So she says, Yann, can you tell the group about the wonderful resource collection you pulled together about Francophone Yukoners and the work that the summer archivist did in describing in French using the rules for archival description?
Yes. I want to say, like, before I start, Empreinte, the book that Sylvie talked about, collected, I think, more than 2,000 names from the Klondike time up to the 50s. Yes, my passion was history. So on my own, I went to the Yukon archives to find in the archives, mainly Anglophones, names of Francophones. I took all the pieces of the mention of Francophones in order in the future to be able to connect all those names and make profile of Francophones, to know about them. So I went to the archives and looked at the White Horse Star, the reels of the White Horse Star and other documents in order to find names. And then AFI had a project one summer to have a lady called Marie-Pierre that came, and she looked at those books that I collect, those cartables. Binders that I made in order to register, to indicate what was in those binder and where was the source, for the future, to be able to make those profiles of people or the stories about the Francophones. Did I answer your question, Leslie?
Leslie will answer, but I think that was a great answer, so thank you very much. She says yes. And we have a few more minutes here, but I guess my next question as well is that I'm a member of the Société, but I'm wondering if you could give some information about how people can become a member of the Société. And also, on top of that, I've noticed that every once in a while you send out a really wonderful newsletter to our email. So if people would like to have access to that newsletter, I'm imagining that they could become a member. Is there any other way that they could access that?
Sylvie?
Yes, they can send an email, I guess, to you or to me for receiving the bulletin, if they want to receive a bulletin. There's also our Facebook page that they can follow. We usually post the bulletin there. And my email is Binette, BINETTE _Sylvie@hotmail.com. And Yann, your hotmail is?
It's my name, Yann, YANN.Herry, HERRY @gmail.com. And the society has an email address. Sylvie, do you know?
I forgot. You're right. I'm sorry. I don't use it. Just a sec. It's better to the society's email. It is SHF Yukon @gmail.com. Sorry, that is better to email there.
Perfect. And I think Jenny is just adding it to the chat. So if anybody, sometimes it's hard to remember all this information, we've added it to the chat. And if anybody has any questions, like Sylvie said, please feel free to reach out to us and we can share that information, or I can put you in contact with Sylvie and Yann. So I think that unless there are any other questions, I see that there's some comments saying, saying amazing work. And Marilyn would like to know if the Society has a website.
No website yet, only a Facebook page.
And what is the name of the Facebook page? Is there a name?
Société d'Histoire francophone du Yukon, under the Société's name.
Perfect. I think Jenny is in the process of searching for it or typing it in the chat.
And we're collecting the names of people interested to be a member. We have a list, and if you're on the list, you receive the bulletin, the newsletter about the Society, what the Society does, and also we put in there anecdotes of the life of francophones. We don't want to tell stories, but just mention anecdotes about their life, you know, for future project.
Yes, and I can say that they're really wonderful. Every time I read the newsletter, wow, I didn't know this, so interesting. So thank you for sharing that with everyone.
Yes, the last one was about the Amish that were originated from France.
Yes, and I can share that out if anyone has any trouble finding it. So I think we are at our time, but thank you so much, Sylvie, and thank you so much, Yann. Merci beaucoup. And I'm sure we'll get more questions. And I think I will now pass it back to Jenny.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Merci.
Merci. Thank you for joining us. All right. Just getting everything ready and to our next presenter. So next on our list is Allan Code, and our moderator for this session is Caitlin Norman. And Caitlin, are you there?
I am. Everyone hear me? Okay. All right.
Perfect. I'll hand the stage over to you then.
Sounds good. So hello, everybody, and welcome to the session on archiving digital and analog film. My name is Caitlin Normandin, and I'm a government records archivist at Yukon Archives here in Whitehorse on the traditional territory of the Kwanlin Dün First Nation and the Ta'an Kwäch'än Council. So it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Allan Code. Allan is a filmmaker who has been based in Northern Canada since 1971. As the executive producer of Naho Productions, a family-owned production company based in Yukon, Allan produces works including documentary series, features, and shorts that reflect traditional knowledge, science, natural history, and Northern stories. Naho films have been showcased in local and internationals, and they've won numerous awards over the years. Allan was awarded a Yukon Film Society Lifetime Membership in 2020. Allan could not be here today because he's out on the land, but wanted to share his most recent work called Pandemic at the End of the World with us. And he also recorded a short video about his concerns related to archiving and preserving his films. So we'll watch the documentary, then we'll watch Allan's recordings, and then we'll open it up to discussion. Pandemic was co-produced with the National Film Board in 2020 as part of The Curve. It was a collection of social distancing stories. Allan and the late historian and Inuvialuit elder Randall Pokiak hoped their history-based message would raise awareness for vulnerable Northern communities before disinformation could take root. The COVID-19 pandemic strikes a familiar chord for the Inuvialuit of the Mackenzie River Delta. In the early 19th century, John Franklin and his crew infected their ancestors with smallpox, and other devastating epidemics followed. So in the documentary, Randall Pokiak returns to the ancient site of Kitigarak, a community abandoned after the flu epidemic of 1918, to deliver a vivid cautionary tale. So just this content is potentially triggering, and I want to prioritize people's emotional safety. So feel free to turn off your audio or leave and rejoin if you feel uncomfortable at any time. The documentary is about 15 minutes long. So I'll turn it back over to you, Jenny.
Hey, Yay, it's working.
Foreseen by a seer, and he described the exact date he's going to come here. And so the one that had the vision said, well, these people are going to come and a lot of our people are going to die. They're not even going to touch you with a weapon. Just their presence is going to kill us. There was about 8,000 people here when our people met up the first time with the explorers. First contact. You had other communities on either the east side of us, the west side of us, and they heard about it. And they came up here to observe because it was part of history. The more people that came, the more exposed they got to the Europeans, first explorers. Not long after they left, the people started dying of just dying. People working in the whales, and next thing you know, they drop, you know. People go to sleep and they never wake up. People were dying, they were being buried. Next day there's more people dead. And pretty soon they couldn't keep up with the dead even when they multi-buried them. Side by side and putting logs over, they just died. And finally they got really tired and they said, we're losing the battle with death here. We came to their senses and they said, okay, let's go talk to the elders. The elders are the ones that's going to give you counsel as to what to do. What could we do? story. Anyway, the elders told them, anybody here that's not sick, anybody here that's not have a touch of anything that's, you know, symptoms of going to be the next in line to die, pack up whatever you could of survival and walk away. And so, don't even go back and speak to the loved ones you're leaving behind. You might want to stay. You might want to be, I got to look after them and they're going to end up dying. And the elder says, once you walk away, don't come back to even say goodbye. You could imagine leaving your husband, your wife, your kids, your dadak, your nanak, all the leaders that have just all this knowledge, they're dying, and you're leaving them behind. And our people say the human death is small, far worse than any animal that ever experienced in their life. And the stories goes, you might be 18, 20 miles away and the wind blows from this direction and goes downwind, you could smell the death. So that was our first experience with an epidemic, smallpox wiping out 3/4 of our population. Then after that there was more deaths. By the time it's all over with deaths for our people, there's going to only be a remnant of Inuvialuit left. They waited until the elements, the sila, the sky, everything around you, cleaned it up. Then they started coming back. And that's when the traders started coming in, and the white man started coming in. And then you had the white trappers, then you had the missionaries, then you had the whalers, you had the RCMP, so you're getting exposed to all this thing. And they had another disease called influenza, and that influenza killed more people. They had to leave this place again. And from 1900 to 1920, when a census was made about Inuvialuit population, missionaries counted 720. The traders in the register books, the people they deal with, they got the books together and they said 520. The population kept dropping. Some families, the elders counseled them, okay, have as many children as you can. Some of them had 12, 15, 16, 18. My mom had 21 children. And this is the time that the inner circle was formed, Inuvialuit inner circle of elders. The inner circle used every effort to have the remnant survive to what we got today. Our people went through a lot of hard times and they passed for them. Just like a storm, you know, a storm hits. Sometimes the storms last for a long time and it affects people. But after the storm, there's always the digging out and starting over again. through all that, the culture and Inuit traditional knowledge has been passed on, and now we have 7,500 Inuit, both here and down south where people have made it their home.
Hang on.
1, 2, 3. Well, don't worry. I got
Hey, everybody.
Take care of yourself.
It's
been a pleasure.
Make sure we make it back. Nice to meet you. Jared, nice to meet you. Thanks. Get back to my burger.
So we're not strangers to these kind of effects with the COVID-19 that we're hearing about. This is just another one that's affecting the world.
When the gills are red, they're good. What? Mom, the gills are red.
But so long as our people listen to the elders, listen to the professional people, how they feel they could handle it, but always the isolation is the best until it passes. We don't know if it's going to get worse yet, but I think it's really important to learn from your past. Don't make the same mistake of not listening to your elders. The elders' words were why we have some of our people alive today. You know, we're not over it yet. And so long as the people in the South act the way they do, and some of it denying it, and still there's a lot of people getting affected, like we still don't know what is going to happen. If it really reaches here, you're going to see an adaptation that even we won't listen to the couple now, we'll do it ourselves. You're going to see an evaluate go up another notch. You're going to see our people. I mean, the elders' responsibility is you know, we'll protect you. We'll teach you how.
So next we're going to show Allan's recording that he did for the summit, and I just wanted to contextualize a bit about Naho Productions and how significant their collection of films is. So they've digitized their large collection of Indigenous language recordings to save them for future generations. The collection is drawn from more than 2,000 original tapes collected over the past 50 years, and it's of enormous cultural importance. So although all of these recordings were analog, they were accessible using high quality playback equipment. And the tapes have since been digitized, backed up and shared as a broadcast format. So high definition digital masters. So Jenny, maybe I'll ask you if you can cue up Allan's recording. Thanks.
Will do. Let me know if the audio is off again.
Okay, thanks.
Start playing.
Sorry about the setting. I'm in a hospital. I'm just getting a regular phlebotomy done. I have to give blood in order to get rid of iron in my system. And I'm heading up the Dempster to Fort McPherson in a few hours. So time is very limited for me, but I've been a filmmaker in the North for more than 50 years. I have an enormous archives of analog and digital material. It's unique because it's a professional archives done with the best of equipment available in the day. The bulk of a lot of it is Betacam. We went digital in 2009 and went 4K in 2014. So we have quite a documentation, and what makes this a huge responsibility is that a lot of it is a lot of it consists of recordings of Indigenous language. A lot of them are endangered at the moment. Early on, I always made an effort to interview people in the language of their greatest facility. And sometimes that's Inuktitut, sometimes that's Dene, sometimes that's Cree. And anyway, what do I do with this? I can't see it go to landfill. And I believe that future generations will make great use of it. So I have an obligation to make sure that it's preserved in an effective, accessible, and non-commercial, non-exploited way. This footage needs to go to archives, and how do we do that? Some of it's Manitoba, some of it's Nunavut, most of it is Yukon. How do we do that? How do we accomplish that without inviting abuses from the Farley Mowats of this world, who would take, or who knows, the misinformation machine. So how do we protect that, make it accessible to people who deserve it, need it, and deny access to those who don't? Mining companies, commercial interests, whatever the hell would make a hash of what I've done. So I leave that to you guys. You figure it out and give me an answer if you could. Thank you.
So maybe we'll move to the discussion part of this session. I think Allan raises a interesting point when he says that he has an obligation to make sure his films are preserved in an effective and accessible, a non-commercial, non-exploited way. And I think that really cuts right to the heart of the tension that memory-keeping institutions often experience. So how we balance that accessibility versus protecting knowledge from those who would use it for commercial or for exploitative purposes. And we can see that some of Allan's recordings, especially the one done with Randall Pokiak, are important in order to share that knowledge. And it's, I don't know the whole breadth of Allan's other films, but sort of tension between sharing knowledge with people and then protecting it from exploitation is an interesting one. And I think something that archives, but memory keeping organizations have not always, are still struggling with. So I'm just wondering what people thought about that, or any takeaways from the documentary or from Allan's recordings that you wanted to share.
Just looking into the chat. Yeah, feel free to go into the chat, but maybe Caitlin and I, and maybe Carly and I can have a conversation together. Feel free to intervene while we chat. If you have any comments.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Yann. Go ahead.
Hello. For me, I think it's the same situation for the Francophone community. We are establishing the Francophone Historical Society, and a big part of it is to preserve those interviews or short films that have been made about the francophonie over the last 40 years. People have pieces and bits here and there, but it's not as a collection. So I think it would be important to find a way to preserve those interviews and those, so the society hope to do that.
Definitely. I think a lot of the, we forget too that there are like artists and filmmakers out there making lots of content, and in the Yukon, I know that it's definitely not something that we often have. I mean, we don't have it other than the archives. The Yukon Council Archives hasn't really talked about how we can better preserve and how we can better store film beta cams. I mean, I don't know how to deal with beta cams either. So, and we don't have the necessary tools within the archives and Council of Archives and many of the communities to handle a lot of these obsolete materials. So it is a big question being in the North about what we can do, and there's some lovely content, and I've had the honor to visit Allan's little studio and they have so much like just elders recordings of elders that have passed on. They have you know, from the Dene culture in Manitoba, from where they're from, and in the Yukon, lots of Yukon elder stories. And there's the part about processing it. They were telling me about how some of the language was difficult to transcribe and caption properly and correctly. You know, it's not a case of running it through something like a Google machine, and then you know, and then it's like, it's in English, we understand it now. You know, there's like that extra step of actually understanding what the phrases mean and the different dialects, and then processing that into a video, and then trying to preserve the stories that way, but then having to preserve what we just recorded. Such a big problem.
Yes, and to work on the quality of the, you know, the tapes and things like that. It's make it good to hear. Also, one of the first requests for the Francophone Society, Historical Society has been to preserve film. It's quite interesting. Yeah, coming from Paul Davis, that has done few films and participate to Northern Festival, movie festival in Scandinavia and in Yukon. So I think it's an interesting area that has not been so far exploited for the society.
Yeah, a new avenue for all of us. That reminds me, yeah, it's not just the Indigenous contents, but also other artists, other filmmakers that are making stuff out of Yukon. They need a place to store, they need knowledge on how they can better preserve. So it is a wider professional development that we need to fill up, and gap that we need to fill the capacity on, definitely. I don't know if at Yukon Native Language Center, I know you're no longer there, Carly. I don't know if you want to talk about like how you guys are preserving and storing. I mean, it's not, I know you guys also have videos at the Yukon Native Language Center, right?
There's quite a few VHS. Yeah, VHSs, and there's many audio recordings. Some of them are temporarily stored at Yukon Archives, but the YNLC collection is a little bit different because it's housed also within the CYFN collection. So there's definitely a lot of questions around that. And I think that Allan's question specifically of these audio recordings spanning over large geographic areas is just an issue that a lot of people working in these areas are coming across. I really like that he's brought it up and asked us for an answer, but I don't know if there is an answer. Yeah. So it's something that we've talked about quite a bit at YNLC in terms of there being many recordings with many different elders from many different geographic areas, and sometimes spanning over more than one language. So that question of should these audio recordings go to an archives in Manitoba? Should they stay in the Yukon? Should they go somewhere else? Is a really, really valid question. And it's obviously very complex. So great question. I don't know the answer. I see that Leslie here included a comment. So should I, Caitlin, do you want
I can read it out.
I turn that over.
Yeah, Leslie is just saying in the chat, the collection of this size and complexity will require huge capacity in whatever archives acquires to do it justice. And Allan really sets out well in his 2-minute video all the difficulties that are inherent in the acquisition and subsequent use of moving images, and that it sounds like a wonderful collection. And it made me think, when we talk about some of the older forms of film, right, things like 35 millimeter film, not nitrate, but on plastic, that medium in some respects is a lot more stable than what's being recorded in digital formats, just because the digital formats often change every several years. So we're constantly playing catch up to acquire the equipment and software and programs to be able to play those digital formats back. And in some ways, it's quite fragile. I would say digital is maybe a more fragile format than some of the earlier forms of film. And it's definitely something that from the archival end doesn't always have a clear answer. It's kind of like you're constantly migrating things to a new format. You want to make sure that that film is, or audio recording is playable, generations into the future, and what that looks like, we don't know. And sometimes digitization is like, oh, we'll move it from this potentially stable medium to digital. And in some ways it's more accessible. You can put it online, you can share it, you might have more people being able to access it and engage with it. But the cost of digitization is so high, and that brings it right back to that question about, we have to migrate it to a new format. We have to make sure we have the hardware and the software able to play it, and constantly kind of keep moving and upgrading it. So I find that a really interesting question and a tough one. And Leslie says, stay tuned to my session tomorrow where I discuss some of these exact issues in detail. So sorry, Leslie, I'm stealing your thunder. But Leslie will be doing a session tomorrow where she talks a lot more about some of these issues.
Yeah, one of the things I remember hearing when I was still in school is that when we're dealing with digital preservation, we're not really dealing with digital preservation per se, but digital curation. And I thought, oh yeah, definitely, because how do we preserve digital? How do we preserve our online, our social media video clips that our lovely social media and youth are posting online when they're all in a digital format? And it's not so much about preservation, but curation, and the thought of it sort of just changes that perspective, right? How we protect it, and definitely it increases our access. And I think it's better to see it that way. And when we think about preserving it, we got to think about something that's more long term, and instead of something that's accessible. And when we're digitizing, we're thinking about giving people more access to the content, but we have to, on their back end, do preservation, whatever that might look like.
Yeah, I also like what Allan brought up about the just our discussions around accessibility to these recordings, and also how to also make them only accessible to people who should have access to them. But then that also brings that also makes us think about how things need to be discoverable. So we need to be able to find them, but not necessarily that everybody needs to have access to them. And that's a really another huge question about how to do that properly. And those questions around, okay, who has access to this, who doesn't? So these are big questions that we were thinking of at YNLC and at CYFN on the daily questions that keep us up at night when we think about all of these wonderful materials in our collection. But yeah, I really appreciate that he brought all of these things up, because it's definitely something to think about a lot.
Yeah, anybody in the audience want to give a thumbs up if they've also experienced these problems that kept them up at night? I'm sure there's a lot of us out there. As digital becomes more of a part of our life. As you can see, we're all virtual now. We're all zeros and one bytes. Can't even see everybody in the flesh anymore. Having to keep all these stuff preserved. What an absolute headache. Yeah. It's definitely I was just going to say, it's definitely something that I signed up for when I first started learning about archives.
Yeah, and that's something I think we're really still wrangling with is, you know, like who has control over that knowledge? Is it with a family or the community or with the individual who's interviewed and participated in those recordings? How do we determine access based on community and cultural values? And does that mean we like edit films and only show certain sections of it? Do we have like disclaimers on archival websites or in descriptive databases saying it's only if you're part of this community, only if you're a member of this family, the public can view, you know, 0 to 5 minutes and then 10 to 15 based on those access restrictions. And it's really, really individualized. And with Allan's collection, it's a really interesting issue because it spans not just Yukon, but also Manitoba and NWT and Nunavut. So I was like, what in practicality does that look like in terms of consultation? Is a really interesting question. Leslie says, one issue that is complicated is that collections like these contain both finished films and then all the stock footage that was taken to create them. So some of it's used and some of it's not. And Yukon has over 800 videos from Logan Video Services. They've been digitized. But making all the video accessible through film summaries and shot lists is a huge, huge task, which I can imagine. Yeah, because you, in some cases, also have to transcribe and write a transcription, and then doing that shot list or showing what is actually being depicted or who's speaking and about what.
And then sifting all through those B cuts and not the A cuts as well. It's just like there's also all the stuff like Leslie says that hasn't entered or the final film that went out for publication. I mean, well, an archivist will have to go through that and provide the access restrictions and copyright consultation through those clips as well.
Yeah, what's interesting too about the stock footage is that sometimes, I mean, a film might have been made first to talk about a specific subject, but sometimes it's interesting that researchers might be interested in sections that were not included in the film. So I'm thinking of maybe like a language learner, they might be more interested in the stock image than they might be with the final product, depending on what was filmed for the stock footage. So that type of relationship with the material too is pretty interesting to sort of figure out how people might want to use it and for what reasons. So it's just something else to think about. I see that Sylvie says in response to Leslie, with permission, that she would think that those permissions have been acquired before filming, and that would help determine what you can or cannot show.
Definitely. I think, especially with like professional productions, we would have permissions, but then I'm also thinking about stuff we put online, right? On Facebook and early film might not have the correct or as robust and well filled out permissions as we might have them today. Social media, we pull out our phone and go, hey, I'm going to film you. We don't always have a form ready in our other pocket to say, by the way, I'm putting it online. Can I also have a permission?
And in some cases, it's just lost over time. So oftentimes you see that with different recordings is we know that someone was recorded by a recorder and a speaker is speaking, but we often don't have the accompanying material to give us the additional information as us being people who don't know as much about a project than we would like to. So sometimes not having that accompanying material makes these questions more difficult for us to answer.
So apologize for Allan. I think we brought up more questions.
Yeah, we didn't solve any of Allan's issues. We just brought up more issues for Allan.
No.
That's okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are all problems that I don't know. I mean, we got like right now actively 4 professional archivists on the line without a proper answer about where we can go with this. I mean, one of the things I know that's a really big concern for Allan is that he's worried about all his beta cams and his videos in that one, there's only one original and the building might burn down and it's a flammable building. He's worried that, it could be a flood, it could be fire, it could be theft, it could be a lot of these things. So having I don't know, some kind of storage in the Yukon, not easy, I know. But yeah, we don't know how that could, that might turn out, and maybe it's something we need to partner with the Film Society, which is actually our next speaker. Maybe we can talk more about it, a partnership there. But finding ways and maybe accessing funding together to find out how we can share the burden of preserving films and videos for Yukoners. Okay. What do you guys think? Am I crazy?
Perfect intro to the next presentation.
Yeah, good segue. Good segue, Jenny. So we got about 3 or so minutes just before I think our next speaker. So if there's any last questions or comments.
I'm sure it's a thought, food for thought. And we do have, I'm sure it is a common problem. I'm not gonna pretend that it's just a Yukon problem. I'm sure everybody else has this problem as well. And we'll work together to resolve it, hopefully, into the future. Mm-hmm.
Great. Well, maybe we can start our intros. We're a few minutes, just 3 minutes early.
Yep, sure. All right. So I don't know if we have any new folks joining, but I'll just introduce myself again so I'm just a face on the screen. So hello again, and welcome to the session on Yukon Independent Film Collections and Archives. My name is Caitlin Normanton. I'm a government records archivist at Yukon Archives here in Whitehorse on the traditional territories of the Kwanlin Dün First Nation and the Ta'an Kwäch'än Council. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker is Andrew Connors. So Andrew is the Film and Media Arts Programmer of the Yukon Film Society and the Festival Director of the Available Light Film Festival. He's the producer of the National Film Board co-produced environmental feature documentary Sovereign Soil, great film, and the multidisciplinary production The Grubstake Remix with filmmaker and composer Daniel Jank. Andrew has directed and written short and medium-length film and television productions that have been broadcast internationally and at film festivals around the world. And Andrew's own passion for the Canadian North informs the heart of his work. So thanks for joining us today, Andrew. It's great that you're here.
Che, hello.
Hello.
Welcome. Yeah, thanks for having me and inviting me to speak. I'll just start off with a little bit of a mea culpa that we've just come out of the Available Light Film Festival, like literally on Monday. So I've put together a slideshow and just as kind of a guide to telling stories really about some of the collections that we have at the Yukon Film Society, and just some of the challenges that I've come across personally and think about regularly as a practicing filmmaker and media artist. In the context of archival film, and even just staying organized with with my own sort of personal digital archives. So Jenny, I think, made me a co-host, so I'm going to screen share. Let me just pull up my slideshow. There we go. And I've got to make it full screen. Oh, that didn't help. Sorry. I'll just play it. Let's see. There we go. So I'll start here. This is a project that's been sort of 20 years in the making for the Yukon Film Society. When I first got involved with the society around 2000, soon after, like, we were a very small organization, very project driven. We did one festival, maybe a screening series in a year. Did maybe a couple of workshops for filmmakers in the year, and so yeah, it was project by project funding. Was that the organization was accessing. Anyway, around, I think, 2001, I got a call that the Whitehorse Public Library was interested in moving along their 16 millimeter film collection. So the person who told me about that worked at Raven Recycling at the time, and so we actually sort of moved rather quickly with Raven's help. We were able to get a truck and a whole bunch of bins, and we took possession of about 1,200 16 millimeter films. I don't know how many tons this is, but I'm sure anyone who works with celluloid film in the archives and Yukon archives or any other archives in the territory knows how heavy just one can of film is. It's probably 4 or 5 tons of film. So we moved it as a work party, and this is its current storage. It's in cold storage in the industrial area. Finally, but this was the first place that it was stored in. So a lot of the films, I'll contextualize this. So a lot of the films are actually they're not independent films. I would say they're mostly National Film Board films, National Film Board of Canada. There's quite a lot of educational films, and but within that, I mean, it's an incredible collection because it dates back to the 1940s, and it does actually have, I think, probably we may have the only existing prints of some of these films. Some of the smaller sort of educational companies in Canada that were operating through the 60s, 70s, 80s. I've come across some films that I'm very concerned that there may not be other prints out there. Like, I've searched on YouTube and nothing's come up. There may be something in Libraries and Archives Canada. So anyway, this was kind of the best that we could do. We had I lived in an old kind of rundown house on downtown, and so we moved as many of the films as possible in my house, and I used them for furniture because they just needed to be somewhere safe. And then what I couldn't fit in the house, we put in this shed, which was literally falling down in the back. Anyway, that was thankfully there only for about a year or two, and then we moved it into the basement of the Carpenter's Hall, which was another huge move. It took an army of people, probably 12 people. We had to borrow trucks, and the bins that they use for paper recycling and stuff, the big tall bins, they worked really well for putting all the films in and then sort of moving around. Anyway, so we've moved this collection 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and so now this is where it resides in cold storage. Some of it, this is my amazing colleague Takashi Sakurai Simon, who is the technical coordinator here at the Film Society. So last summer, Takashi and our summer student, Ulysse Girard, I believe that's his last name. They cataloged everything in the collection. Ulysse went through it all, and so we have a database that we can share with other users, particularly the film board, because I think there may be some films there that the National Film Board may not have a copy of anymore. We still have some of the films floating around in our basement storage as well. We are in a modern building, thankfully, and we have quite a bit of basement storage thanks to our landlord. And there's a lot of analog film ephemera, projectors, editors of all gauges. One of our longtime members who's done quite a bit of work with Yukon Archives is Richard Lawrence, and Richard has shared quite a lot of whatever equipment he couldn't take. He would point people in our direction. So we have quite a collection of this stuff, but it's not super well organized. It's at least on shelves, but we're trying to sort of separate the wheat from the chaff. So this was our second move. We moved from the Carpenter's Hall to Well-Read Books. We had an office upstairs, and then we built a storage space that was a garden shed on the side of the Well-Read Books building. And then all the films were, you can see some of the films got water damage when they were in the shed storage, unfortunately. And now, so of course we have a physical digital collection in DVD behind me, 1,200 films. There's quite a few Yukon independent films, but obviously, DVD is not archival quality. And so anything that we've been involved in, either as a sort of a production facilitator for long-term sort of workshop projects, that are like a weekend long or a week long, sometimes 6 months long. All of those films, they exist on either, mini DV tapes, and then they've also been digitized. But so part of my concern, and I think I should also mention that anything that we've screened by Yukon filmmakers where we've had a digital copy, we also keep a copy just in case something was to happen to personal collections. Then we have a backup. There's nothing. We don't have anything formal. Oh, there's a Yukon film right there on that sticky note, Rob is Analog, which just screened at this year's festival, by Jessica Hall, one of our members, longtime member, and it's about Rob Hopkins and actually just a similar subject, over the air analog community television and radio. But anyway, this is just a box of drives from the last 4 or 5 years of festivals. So all of this adds up. We have terabytes and terabytes of Yukon independent film and Canadian independent film. Any film that we get for the festival, we keep a copy on our drives, because it's easier just to sort of create just a catalog the drives per year rather than go through and try and weed everything out. We're not in a position to be managing that at the moment. Even our recorded material from events in festival sessions, whether that's over the last 2 years, collecting artist talks, workshops, panel discussions on Zoom, to actual physical in-person events where we've recorded, so that could be concerts, and same, going back over festival years. We have a lot of really amazing guests who have presented, workshops and talks on various topics and themes. You know, everyone from Jesse Wente, who's the executive director of the Indigenous Screen Office, to Tantu Cardinal, to John Walker, iconic Canadian documentary filmmaker, Alanisa Bumswin, as well. We have that, which is not really organized, and so finding resources, I think, is kind of our next challenge at the Film Society, to organize these things, digitize them, so there's at least, you know, a private unlisted version on YouTube or Vimeo, and then doing the work to get permissions from presenters to actually host these, this video content over the long term. We have a little bit of it up there right now, but I think it would be a great resource to have more of it. So we can kind of break here. Like I think that kind of encapsulates a lot of the Film Society collections, and some of the challenges. I think it's kind of taken the back seat, or it's kind of always in the background, and we're always kind of, you know, producing, right? We're always moving forward, and that's part of the problem with a media arts production center and exhibitor like ours, is we're doing a lot. Like we're distributing Yukon films through Available Light on Demand. There's more than, I think, 60 films, independent films and television programs on Available Light on Demand. That's availableight.watch. I can put the link in the chat later. So yeah, we're always kind of moving forward and not necessarily stopping and trying to, you know, just catch up with our own archive, but also the collections of Yukon filmmakers that we might have a copy of. Before I talk about my own personal work, do you have any comments or questions, Caitlin, or anyone else?
Oh, maybe I'll let you maybe talk about your personal work. My first question was about your personal work and plans for preservation. Okay. So maybe if you want to segue into that, or we can take a break and have a bit of conversation. What works best for you, Andrew?
Sure, I'll keep going.
Sure.
So a parallel sort of personal journey for me was my own film work. So actually, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. Do I have? I guess. Anyway, this is kind of exemplary. A lot of my earlier work as a director, writer-director, was, it would involve archival film and video, but also, I like to integrate different media. So, I would shoot Super 8, I would shoot video, I would shoot 16 millimeter. Everything would get digitized, and then it would work in a non-linear digital. So 1998 or 97 was when I started. 98 was the year that I released my first film, and it's I've not re-released it because I want to do what Allan has done, which is up-res the original material, go in, lay it all back, and tweak it here and there. But it's kind of the last thing that you get to when you're always moving forward with new projects, and it's hard to get money to restore those works. I mean, they're important to me, and I think they're important to certain communities, but they're not necessary. The Criterion Pictures in New York isn't, asking me to remaster my films. So it's strange. So I've been really reluctant to re-release some of those early works because for me, it's important to restore them before they're sort of back out in the world, because they originally would have just circulated as tapes and DVDs. anyway, but there's also the challenge of sort of digitizing redigitizing the digital or the analog tapes. And I don't have anywhere near the volume of tapes that Allan does, but my first sort of main film, this is the first movie I made, Hands, Head, and Heart. So just it's half-hour biopic with a Vancouver Island artist, George Sawchuk. But Shipyard's Lament is, I think, an important documentary because it captured a time in transition for the Yukon, where there was legislation to move anyone who was a squatter on the waterfront off of the waterfront to make way for development, basically, and progress, if you will. That one, there's a lot of tapes, and I feel like I've got to just go through the whole editing process again, which for a 40 to 50 minute film is a little bit time consuming. I think there's other filmmakers who are kind of in the same boat. I often I point to Carol Geddes and her documentary about George Johnston as kind of the watershed moment for Yukon independent filmmaking. That was released in 1997, and I know Carol has a 60 millimeter print of the film. It was shot on 16, but a lot of it was distributed in an inferior medium in beta or digital beta. And for a lot of years, we would show that film, as part of screen series and such. And I got pretty frustrated with the film board because they, kept asking, like, do you not have the original film? Can you not rescan it and create like a clean print? This film needs to be remastered. And they finally did, but they didn't actually tell us. And they didn't even tell Carol. It's ironic. So, but I found this out just last year. So I recommend, if anyone has not seen Picturing of People, I won't, because I'm screen sharing right now, I won't go and grab it, but you can watch it for free on the National Film Board, and it's a much more beautiful transfer, and the film looks great. Like, I think we'll do a special screening of it in sometime in the next year. There is that film, which I still, I think Carol was ahead of her time. In terms of Indigenous filmmaking in this country. She was, I think one of the key original Indigenous filmmakers at the National Film Board, and then in the 1980s and 90s. And that film should be seen by many more people than it does. But anyway, that's so even a film like that, which I think is arguably one of the most important, if not the most important, independent film out of the Yukon, it took years before it was really given, proper remastering. But good for the film board to do that. Awesome. Come to the George Johnston Museum to see the film this summer. Okay. I'm going to back up off of the Shipyards film. I guess, yeah. So I did this project with Kim Barlow that has only ever been a live presentation. It was live music, story songs with a documentary film, and it was called Lucky Burden, and it told the story of Mike Mancini, who is grew up, was conceived and grew up in No Cash and Elsa, and Mike still lives in the area. He's a well-regarded historian and just all around super person. So the doc uses Mike's story, his parents' story of of being high school sweethearts in Italy, and his father going off and becoming a miner all over different parts of the world, and then ending up in Canada, and then Josephina arriving in the Yukon in 1961 in a dress and high heeled shoes on the White Horse tarmac, and and then being taken to this mining camp in central Yukon. Anyway, so there was a lot of really amazing archival material, moving image archives at Yukon Archives, and the Bill Hare collection, the Taylor collection. There's a dentist. Anyway, this was a non-commercial project, but it has a lot of archives in it. But we've never actually committed it to sort of a fixed media, which is interesting. And we were working from a lot of different sources at the time. We're back to this is the rec hall in Keno about 10 years ago. We would take sort of contemporary Yukon films, and then old 16 millimeter films, and even sometimes just archival films, and show them in Yukon communities. I call this bedsheet cinema, because the best thing to travel was before we had a proper portable screen, was just a king size bed sheet that you'd pin to the wall. Worked great. And this is Natar Angala. I'm kind of getting off topic here for my own work. This is literally the fast runner, the actor who played the fast runner when he was touring around the Yukon with the Isuma feature film, The Journals of Nud Rasmussen. It's in Haines Junction. And that's there's a collection of filmmakers at Available Light. So another project that where there was an interesting sort of chase of finding the best transfer possible of a film is the Grubstake remix, or Revisited was the original name. This was a commission that the festival made of Daniel Jank, who then worked with Celia McBride and Eric Epstein to basically write a Shakespearean script, like based on the words of Shakespeare, to go along so that actors could perform the voices of the actors in a 1923 silent film, which was directed by Nell Shipman, who's a famous Canadian actor, writer, director, producer. She did it all. And Nell made a film that's set in the Klondike. She shot it in northern Idaho, which was arguably as sort of arduous a location as you could shoot in the Yukon. And the Grubstake was her magnum opus. It's almost 2 hours. I think it's well over an hour and a half, which was really long for a silent film. So we took Nell's film. I think we just had a DVD, like a crappy DVD transfer, and we cut it down into a 70-minute film, and then the words of Shakespeare are put in the mouths of the actors, and then there's a live 6-piece orchestra that performs an original score with the film. So this is just doing sound check at the TIFF Lightbox in Toronto, the Toronto International Film Fest. Arguably one of our most memorable shows. But we then, after the film toured for the theater production film toured for a couple of years, Daniel and I decided that we would make kind of a performing arts documentary / silent film hybrid, which kind of turned into something altogether. We just took whatever sort of documentary material we had, because we had shot various shows, and TIFF shot this show, so we had a 3-camera shoot of the actors and the musicians, and we edited it into a 73-minute film. But when we did that, we went to Libraries and Archives Canada. There's only one existing 35mm film print of the original film, and it was housed in the British Film Institute archive. maybe there's two. Maybe it was, no, I think it might only be one. But anyway, there is a copy at libraries and archives. And we actually managed to convince them before they were really set up, like they were just kind of getting set up to scan in 4K. And we convinced them to prioritize this film because we wanted to re-release it with as clean a print as possible. And so they did it. They actually, I think for, I don't know what the cost was, $500 or $600 or what have you. It was very reasonable because to scan a 35mm film is really expensive. And we were able to release it with this remastered 4K version. And that is out there. It's on available light on demand. It's on Canopy, the educational distributor, and people can see it. But it was fun to combine all those elements. And actually, I think that's. Oh, there's another. This is another shot from Lucky Burden. And then right, and then so it's almost like some of those projects, particularly around Kino and Elsa, to recreate them now, it's like it would be a whole new project, and because we never properly sort of fixed it as a media, it's almost like they were just ephemeral. They lived in a moment of time for a few years, but everyone that was involved kind of moved on. Anyway, sovereign soil, this is a whole other matter, and it gets to something that people were talking about earlier, having stock footage and then organizing stock footage. We have I believe we have 40 terabytes of stocks from sovereign soil, and really incredible material. But we've just started down the road. I know we've licensed the stocks to the NFB, but we actually haven't delivered anything because it still needs to be organized. But I do, It does. This is what I wanted to do was I'll share a little bit of this. It's indulgent, but I think it's kind of, so, I mean, there's the professional work and I keep mirrored copies of the material in 2 different locations. Like Allan, I'm concerned about, about loss of the original materials, whether it's tapes or digital, drives. And then, how we keep those drives so that they're still usable into the future is a whole other, a day of, or half a day of discussion. But this is, when I think about my use of home video and archival material, I think about my own sort of personal home videos, and I've been lucky enough to shoot some of my personal life on celluloid, so I know that it'll outlive me if it's kept in a cool place. But I have no idea about digital archives, so this is just a point and shoot camera. But how do we? You just hear so many stories about people losing photos and videos of their personal lives because it's stored in a cloud and they lose access to the cloud, or the drive gets corrupted, or the computer dies, and then they didn't back it up properly, or things just get lost. And so, I mean, maybe this will only ever mean anything to the person in it. And into his family, or maybe it'll be valuable in another way. Maybe this could be part of a story somewhere. But will it be around in 5 years? I just pulled this from my laptop photos directory. And to me, it's as valuable as you know, some of the other, some of the home film footage. How's it feel? Anyway, you'll get the point. Thanks for indulging me. Yeah, I've worked with a lot of home video or home film footage that is just in personal collections, and at least there was a physical copy, Super 8 or 8mm copy. But yeah, our digital sort of moving image memories are, and it feels like this is also ephemeral, like it's really fragile. It's standard definition, it's highly compressed. Yeah. So I think, yeah, that's.
Well, thank you so much for that, Andrew. You touched on like so many topics that I feel like we could just have like a 3-hour conversation. And yeah, what you're saying about things like home recordings and how ephemeral digital formats are when we're talking about things stored in the cloud, or people recording things and uploading them in proprietary programs. So for instance, like Facebook or TikTok or Instagram, or any of those, what's going to happen to that. And, that's something like when we talk about what keeps people up at night, that's kind of the one that keeps me up at night is, I'm not like a digital dark age kind of, doomsday. I'm not entirely convinced there'll be a digital dark age, but there's something that very much concerns me about the loss, potentially of that, and how we care for our own personal collections of AV material, and how we do that from a government records perspective. So even issues like the COVID-19 daily updates that were happening via Facebook Live, where are those downloaded? Do they live in Facebook? Like what formats? Where are they kept right now? Like all of that very much concerns me. And to your point about home videos, we record so much, but I worry that so much of it's going to be lost. But even, films that we treasure now or photograph collections were probably somebody 60 years ago being like, oh, nobody's going to see that on my like brownie camera. Like it doesn't mean anything, but end up kind of documenting a history of life in the Yukon. And I think to your point, with Yukon independent cinema and films that you've made, it really speaks to Yukon's, artistic and cultural heritage. I mean, that's sort of a commentary on what makes Yukon Yukon. So for us, I can only speak from like a Yukon Archives point of view, but we're interested in acquiring not necessarily generic things that everybody across Canada has. So we're here to document life in the Yukon and what it's like, and what may sometimes seem transitory or meaningless now gains, I think, a lot of context. And we get that context by people donating whole collections. Somebody, when they're 80 years old, comes in and says, hey, I want to drop off all the photographs I've ever taken. I have this wide variety of mediums that it's on, but would you be interested? And sometimes, that's a treasure trove of knowledge and information. So yeah, it's really interesting to hear you talk about that. And I loved your mention of Kino and the bedsheet in the rec center. Kino is one of my favorite places. So I was just reminiscing on that. Yeah, and I think it's interesting. I wonder about digital preservation going forward, especially from a filmmaker's perspective. And it's interesting too, because, you may have had like the original, like what maybe was recorded on Betacam, but you'd like to re-release it. So you're almost making a new original film based on you editing or recutting film and then moving it to a different medium. So there's no real true original. They're all originals. It's not necessarily copies of copies anymore. It takes on a life of its own, even with archival footage as well being repurposed and reused to create something new that's never been seen before. I thought that was a really interesting point. Sorry, I don't know where I'm going with this, but
it's all prescient. I mean, is our attitude about the ubiquity of the moving picture, is it so sort of laissez-faire that we'll have no archives, or very little archives, or it's just what gets actually fixed into media and distributed, or lives, I guess, on YouTube and like on streaming sites, I guess. But what is there potential that someone will find an archive of film? I'm going to use Apollo 11 because it's kind of the biggest, that, and I guess Get Back, the Beatles thing. Sorry, that was way too long.
It was a long film, yeah.
But Apollo 11 was amazing, and that took a lot of technology to repurpose that original 70 millimeter film and video and 35 millimeter film, and then all of the analog tape that was recorded on the day, get everything synced up. But there's also independent filmmakers who are, we had a film at the festival by Jennifer Dysart called Caribou in the Archive, which had used like National Film Board films from the 1940s and 50s of Cree hunters out on the land hunting caribou, and then the key part to the film is a videotape, probably from the early 1990s, of Jennifer's family and I think her aunt going on the harvesting her first caribou, and then but the filmmaker's reflection is what is the narrative of the work. It's a short 8-minute work. What's going to be possible? Like, what happens with those? If they're not a fixed media like a VHS or actual celluloid film, or the digital videotapes. Yeah, I don't know. It is a conundrum, and it feels like there's even more to kind of manage. Like, everyone has to manage it now. I want to tip my hat to Leslie Yukon for pointing out the name of Dr. Schneider, who I referred to in earlier. And there's Dr. Schneider shot some really beautiful films when he traveled around to communities to offer dental services.
Leslie's also noted that an archivist friend of hers was so despairing about the quantity of material being created in new fragile mediums. They said that the true appraisal criteria of the future is what will end up lasting. So I don't know. Yeah, keep backing up your photos, download them and put them on an external device, like keep migrating to new formats. But yeah, it's like almost like no one's going to do it for you. And sometimes we have this trust that the cloud will always be there, and that software or companies will never fold or go under. We only have to look at what happened with Flickr, right? Where people use Flickr. So yeah.
Oh, is Flickr gone?
I think, was it Flickr or is it something else? There was another photography site that went under.
I had a Flickr account.
Oh no! Okay. Oh God. Sorry. But yeah, it's like you never know, and sometimes it's kind of like you're almost at the mercy of time and people's like initiative. Oh, Picasa, I think Leslie said.
Oh, okay.
It might have been Picasa that went under.
Well, here's another challenge. I have a Flickr account, but I can't log into the thing anymore because I can't remember the email and the password that I used. I can look at what's there, but I can't actually go in and
like download it for yourself.
Control it, yeah.
Yeah, passwords is another layer to that. Yeah, we're almost like kind of at the mercy of like, people taking the initiative to preserve their own work and almost like what survives through time. But in some ways, it's almost like have the confidence that what you filmed or taken photographs of is important. It is documenting everyday life, or in terms of films, like culture and arts and daily life in the Yukon.
Entirely.
And, you know, you have to preserve your own work, even if that seems like so, you know, sometimes I think about that. I'm like, oh, that's so arrogant. They're just like selfies of my husband and I. I'm like, no, but it was, you know, the dead of winter at Fish Lake on this particular day, or you could see the water levels were so super high on the river this year compared to the year before, and we have photos of flooding or things like that. Like it might seem very mundane, but it never really is. It's not to say everything's worthy of preservation, but I feel like we have to give ourselves a little bit more credit that we often, are creating things that have meaning. That's a very vague comment, but. And, here. Oh, Jenny is linked to the Flickr free storage ends. So yes, I guess that unlimited storage access for Flickr has gone. And I was just going to say that I saw that Sylvie had a few comments in the chat when we were talking about the importance of work that you and other Yukon independent filmmakers are doing. She's talking about how the photo on the cover of that case for your Shipyards documentary is actually the photo of her house being torn down. And you interviewed her back in the 90s when you were making that. So for people here, it's like really prescient. Like that's not, you know, and that really helps fill out the record. For us, for archives, we're always about context, right? And so we have from Yukon government some of like the energy mines and resources talking about settlements or sort of agreements being made with some of the people who are living in shipyards or not, or how they dealt with people living at other locations across the Yukon. So that really, and it also kind of ties into how long people were living there and the community that existed in shipyards, right? So we have that sort of material, that raw material, but we don't necessarily have a narrative that always informs it, which is really great to see when those resources are being used by filmmakers. It helps sort of pull it all together into like, what did this event mean for the people there? What does it mean for Yukon? What are the impacts still being felt today? And Sylvie saying,
crisis, as Sylvie points out. Merci, Sylvie. I want to pose a question to the group and just bring up another really important moving picture archive and a concern, I think, for all Yukoners. Is there anyone on here with NNBY, NADA, shown?
I don't think so.
That's a collection that I've had conversations with different individuals, like contractors and staff at NNBY shown. They're trying to raise some funding to digitize their collection, the NNBY NADA collection, which I think spans more than 25 years. And a lot of it, like we were interested in exploring, sort of taking finished films that ended up on NADA APTN and including them in available light on demand, because there's a lot of really priceless videos and documentaries that were made there. But there's thousands of hours of tape, and some of it's on some of it's on formats that are really fragile, like U-matic and 3/4 inch video. And I know the concern is that they don't even want to touch the tape until they have the right system to digitize it in its highest form, because with some of the tapes, they've deteriorated to the point where you'd only have one shot at actually getting getting playback. So that's a collection that I know I think some of it may be at the Yukon Archives, but I know that they're wrestling with it
Yeah, I was going to say, we actually have Linda Johnson who remembers when she first had to help deal with the NMBY collection. I don't know if Linda's at her seat watching and if she's available to chat with us. Linda, are you there? Linda! Maybe not. Oh. Oh, maybe she's not there. Yeah, we do have copies at Yukon Archives, and actually, Carly and I have worked at the NMBY collection. And what was the funding that they got for?
Yeah, so it goes back a few years ago.
Yeah.
Neither of us work for NMBY anymore.
No.
But when we did, Linda was also involved, so maybe when she gets back. But I believe that they had received some funding, and don't quote me on any of this, but from LAC LHAB, I believe. So Library and Archives Canada, Listen Here, Voices.
One of their fundings, yeah.
And the project that I worked on in particular was the audio recording inventory project, or what we called ARIP. And I think that was mostly making an inventory of audio recordings that were in the collection, and then the plan was to send them out for digitization. So LAC LHAB has, or I believe that they still do, but a few years ago, when I had worked on the collection, there was a free digitization services that were offered by LAC LHAB that community groups could apply to for these free digitization services. So that's pretty much as I know about it before I moved on to some other projects. But it's definitely been a collection that people are very worried about and are, I think, yes, obviously it should be, if funding can be found to digitize that collection, that would be really wonderful. And there was a lot of stock image as well, so that would be great.
Yeah, when I got the project handed to me by Linda Johnson, I just did cataloging, and I think what had happened before was that they moved offices and then moved things to storage, and then a lot of the past catalogs and inventories didn't match up anymore. So we had to re-catalog and make sure everything was that we thought was there was still there. And yeah, and some of the materials in there we had to like find out whether they were copies or originals, and were they at Yukon Archives, were they somewhere else, did we have permission? So all of that work is done. I don't know how far they've gone afterwards, but yeah, I remember when we first got there, Linda had said that they had to build shelves and build shelvings for it, and organize it. Everything was still in boxes. All like the B shots were still in like weird boxes that for moving,
just for moving.
Yeah, random boxes.
I think they're definitely working towards digitizing it, I guess, is what we're trying to get at.
Yeah.
And for people also who are interested in accessing the NMBY or Shonefem collection, I know that they do have a catalog for Hashagun and Neda that's available online. So I think that they do receive requests for that, like 4 items in those lists from those catalog lists. But whether or not they're fully digitized, I wouldn't have an answer to that.
Yeah, a little sneak peek on what we know, just like putting our minds together. Yeah, we should definitely get, well, I'm on mic right now, but I was thinking that we should definitely get some of the filmmakers together and have like a brunch or something. Just like chat about our difficulties and see how archives and filmmakers can work together to better preserve our documentary heritage, moving images heritage. Yeah. I'll hand this back to Andrew and Caitlin. Sorry for taking over.
Oh no, it's okay. It's great. It's a great idea. I'd be happy to attend a meeting to discuss.
Yeah, I think that would be, yeah, if we can follow this up by email or something and discuss further, because it seems like there is definitely, yeah, some partnerships that could happen there. And then, yeah, just talking about some of the preservation and digitization concerns and within Yukon community. So, yay! Yeah, Jenny is a yay.
One thing I know we probably need to wrap up. Is that right? 3 o'clock was kind of the end of the session, or?
Do we have another session after this, Jenny, or is it, this is the last one?
Keep going if you want to stay. If you want to end it, you can end it too. But yeah, for people who want to stay, please stay on and we can keep chatting a little more. Go ahead.
I was just going to add one thing about this 16mm film collection. You know, I know a lot of it is, well, I shouldn't say a lot. There's there's probably at least a few dozen films that are of, you know, that would be of interest and importance to Yukon audiences. But you know, it is, I think it's an important sort of educational collection and opportunity to introduce, you know, the physical moving picture on celluloid to younger audiences. So one of the sort of plans that we have for the collection is to, you know, hire independent curators to just go through and put together programs of the 16mm films and show them on a regular basis at the Yukon Theatre. Once we've raised the resources to renovate and upgrade the theater, there'll be, right now there's not, it would be challenging to show them in the theater because of the way the projection rooms are set up, but when we renovate, there'll be space to include other sort of playback, like particularly 16mm film. So my hope is that we do things like celluloid Saturdays where we just say, hey, come to the theater. It's, you know, free admission or admission by donation. And, you know, we'll show 80 minutes of, you know, films from the 16mm film collection. And, you know, sometimes those will be of a northern focus. And sometimes they're just going to be, you know, whatever, you know, classic NFB documentaries and feature films, animations, that sort of thing. But that's the hope with that collection. It's, you know, we're paying to store what was once, you know, publicly owned collection. So it's a bit of a challenge because we don't, it's not something that we typically put in our, you know, for our operating grants, but it's still a cost to store and maintain the collection. And hopefully, you know, it sees just, it has more value to Yukon audiences and researchers. You know, once we have the theater sort of up and running in a more accessible sort of situation.
No, that sounds incredible. Just in terms of showing, I think, more like northern focused content, and especially using films from that collection. And yeah.
And from the archives, like I know that there are safety prints of some of the Yukon films. So we could be showing those from their original 16mm print. We've partnered with Friends of Yukon Archives before to show some of those films in the Yukon Art Center, and I think at Beringia Center we were part of an event there. And I think that's the sort of thing that would be easier to pull together, and it would actually, you know, I think you could build a really solid audience. A regular audience if you did it like once or twice a month. You know, once a month probably seems like a reasonable way to go about it. But if people knew it was like first Saturday every month, you could come and see, you know, a free screening of 16mm films. It would be popular.
Yeah. Leslie says she loves the idea about celluloid Saturdays. In that Yukon Archives, we got we have some multiple copies of some 16mm films from the Whitehorse Public Library, the AV unit, and the extras could be shown. And she said we got some of the strictly Yukon related ones, but we don't have more of like the broader northern focus of things. But I know I think Richard Lawrence has been working on touching up some films, and I know I've seen them play in the reference room, so I can't speak for you, Leslie, but it might be an interesting opportunity to show some of that restored footage that Richard's been working on, because it is extremely cool. If only for seeing the White Horse Docks in action with the train and in full color. It's pretty amazing. So, and he's done great work. So it'd be really cool to screen some of that and some of the other holdings we have, and maybe come up with some themes or whatever the reference archivist and you are feeling that month. So yeah, and I can't speak for them, but that would be
live. We could probably stream it live for our remote people who can't come in. That would be great. And then
yeah, that would be cool.
Oh, online as well. Yeah. Can one of you answer the question about the sort of reigning current format for digital moving picture archives?
Oh,
just like
goodness, it's not really my area of expertise. Leslie might have more of a comment on it, but I mean, we're still, in terms of photographs, like TIFF or raw files, but MP3s and MP4s still seem, just because of the playback ability on them, it's more readable, but other people might have opinions on that. I'm still stuck in kind of like government record land and focus more on like Word and Excel and PDFs. So, oh, here we go. Jenny says .mov, AIF, and AVI. And Leslie says they're transferring in HD.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know Richard, he got new equipment so that he can transfer 1920 by 1080, which is great. I had Richard telecine scan film, Super 8 film for me years ago, and it was interlaced and standard def, and so that's another thing that I want to bring it back to him and have him do it progressive scan, so you don't get the jagged lines, and also in HD. So I mean, that's another example of filmmakers who have been working for a while, just needing to come up with the resources to pay people to retransfer or invest in equipment and do the work themselves. The international standard is not possible for us because it is actually digitizing frame by frame, which are huge files, and only the largest institutions could ever do that. Yeah, I wonder if some of those MOV, we have a cold vault, which is our preservation standard. Okay, I wonder if some of those MOVs could be converted to the series JPEG format, the digital cinema package. That might be something to consider, because that's a projection standard now, and you can put them on pretty skookum drives, like they're steel drives. I think they'd be they might keep better. I don't know. But DCP is what is used in commercial film distribution. But it's been there's been enough independent companies and filmmakers who have developed freeware software in order to turn MOVs into what we call 2K or 4K DCP, digital cinema packages, and they're just a series of JPEGs. And that doesn't get around, that doesn't give you better quality in the actual digitization process, which I agree, frame by frame is superior, but super time consuming and expensive.
This sort of format stuff is that people are still doing research on. So on the commercial realm, we can definitely say, oh yeah, is better, we can use it. But I think on an archival realm, there's no like solid scientific backing and implementation to really say, hey, let's use DCP for archival, perhaps. Or, you know, right now I can say for sure a lot of the standards are MOV QuickTime and AVI. Those are what we usually, and then the resolution, of course, standardized for the archives. But I don't know, I'm just looking at all the different, like, I know that DCP archival for AV media is something that is being looked at, but I don't see it being implemented on a large scale in archives yet. So it could happen, or I may not be aware of it yet. But I think one of the things that might be stopping us is the fact that it does require another set of software and skills that are not available to a lot of our archivists. So that's why it's probably not being implemented. Yeah.
Do we have any other questions for Andrew or comments?
I have a question. I'm back at home. I didn't come back to the archives after my big walk with my grandkid this afternoon, but it's Linda Johnson, and I'm wondering, Andrew, how much Yukon filming is being done right now that is not being preserved anywhere at all, because it seems to me I see all sorts of wonderful stories being told on film and by independent filmmakers, and I don't know that there's any comprehensive effort by anyone. I know Yukon Archives in the past, and still does, attempt to acquire what were home movies. That was our major focus for the early years, and then we did get some commercial films. But there's so much independent filmmaking now that I really think that's a whole new effort needs to be made, because it's one of the media perhaps most effectively capturing Yukon life today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really good point, an important point. I think the Film Society would be interested in partnering on a project to, to formally commit the works that we have with the permission of the rights holders, to make a submission to Yukon Archives with the works. We would need to just come up with a plan and some funding to pay a contractor to work on that. But the other thing that we could do is have a technical person copy or make copies of the DCPs of Yukon independent films where they exist, and because we do have we've acquired a stash of the DCP drives, so they could be used for that. So I don't, we need to figure out formats, but certainly something that we'd be interested in coming up with a plan to do, for sure. Because the copies that we have now that are online are they're compressed copies. But as I said, we do have a lot of lightly compressed or essentially masters, like MOV ProRes 422 or 444, or even DCPs. We could, yeah.
Sounds to me like it could be something that we maybe our next take on our community archivist projects, that's something that we could, Yukon Council of Archives perhaps, spearhead some work in that area with the grant that we received from Yukon Archives. And also maybe there's possibilities for bringing some of the documentary heritage communities funding from Library and Archives Canada to bear on this problem, because it truly is a fabulous collection of Yukon life stories. Much
Great idea.
Much like we used to discover when the Dr. Snyders of the world came north and said, "Hey, I have films from the 20s and 30s, and would you like to have them?" And I think it's resident in the Yukon right now, so let's not lose them.
No, exactly. Yeah, it just takes someone focused on actually contacting everyone and getting as high quality as possible. Okay.
Yeah.
We have our marching orders.
Right. Marching orders, yeah. I was just searching more on DCP because not my field either. Digital world is very complex and very forward running. And yeah, like we said, we should take our marching orders and move forward on it. But I was just looking and I noticed that the National Archives of the US does use DCP. There is an open free source software that can help implement and deal with it on an archival level. But I think what we're lacking is the staff with the skills and knowledge to be able to implement those standards. I don't know, it's a big project. But hey, it's an idea, and I think there are people out there that have already walked some of the paths, and you can probably reach out to them to ask what their process was and any problems that they face.
Yeah, we have members here who can do that work. Who can, who can move it into a DCP format.
Awesome, yeah. So I think it's just probably a case of us just bumping heads together and finding out how we can find the middle ground standard between archives, filmmaking, and then making it accessible for people, making also in a preservation format for archives. That's a big job. That's very exciting. Thank you, Andrew. And I think we should probably let people go.
I guess
3:20 something, 3:23. It was a lovely conversation, and it's the reason why we end up with an extra 23 minutes is probably because it's so interesting and there's such a need for it. And Allan will be happy, I'm sure. This is our answer. We got our marching order about what we can do in order to preserve some of these guns, right? So thank you. I shall go ahead and end our day 2 session. Thank you for being our last session, Andrew. And I hope we can stay in contact.
Shoni Than, Yunichish, thank you.
And the new word we learned today, Nansunayan. Nansunayan.
Nansunayan.
Thanks, everybody. And thank you, Andrew, for the great conversation. And yeah, it was really thought-provoking. So thank you. This is great.
Thank you, Caitlin.
No, and thanks, Jenny, for moderating and queuing up the clips and everything. Thank you. Awesome. All right. See you all later. Bye.
Our session starts at 9 tomorrow. So I'll see you guys tomorrow for our last day 3. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and I'll see you guys later. Thank you, guys.